Hello and welcome to the grand final of the TFT division of the Amazon University Esports Masters series. My name is Löscher and I'm here today with Kenobi.
Hello there.
And together we are going to bring you a banger showdown for the title today.
Yeah, exactly. So for those of you who are just joining us and haven't followed the rest of the competition, the Amazon University Esports Masters is the competition for students all around the EMEA. All the way from Great Britain to we have players from Turkey and the United Arab Emirates, and they have gone through their National Students League and qualified here for the final stage, which was a 16 players playoff. Then now there are only 8 remaining for the finals, and a single one will be looking to take the crown. So,
yeah, gonna be an exciting final, right? And to make sure you don't miss out on any other of this action or maybe the next edition, make sure to follow us on UA Masters on Instagram and Twitter and University Esports Masters on Facebook. And with that, let's see how the players will be competing today and take a check for the format.
Yeah, it should be. We're going to be playing a checkmate 18 points format, which means that we're getting as long as a player has 18 points, they are in competition for the winning spot. And to get it all, to win and get the crown, what they need is to get a single top one after having reached the 18-point mark. Okay, so that's going to be really, really exciting because that's going to really warp around what the players will do.
Yeah. I personally really like this format as a spectator. As a player, to be honest, not so much, because I'm personally not that great at playing greedy for the first places. And this is something you need to do to be able to finish first year in this competition. However, this also means that you can just go straight 8th for the first 3 games. But if you decide to never let anyone else win again, you can still bring it home. And I think as a spectator, this is like really the most exciting thing. And this should also mean that the players can really show to us that they are ready to win.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And let's take a quick look at what the players are looking at getting on top of being the number 1 student from all over EMEA. We get the first place with 600 euros, and the second, third, and fourth will respectively go home with 300, 150, and 50 euros. So on top of getting that number 1 spot, what they need to look at is getting maybe the second or third if it's looking too hard. But yeah, that's going to be really, really interesting to see. So you said you as a player have issues with that. And do you think any of these players have similar play style issues with the checkmate format?
Well, I think what we've seen yesterday from Shining Star might indicate that a bit, right? He played very strong early games and cashed in lots of top 4s. I think he didn't go bot 4 in a single game, right?
Yep.
So our Italian representative really knows what it means to play these strong early boards and arrive at a point in the game where he's stable to be competitive in the late game. However, this may mean that he's not always strong enough to compete for the number 1 spot in the lobby, and that can be quite a challenge in this format then.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if he changes his play style a little bit to play a little bit greedier and try to reach these really high caps that will allow him to get first places. But on the other side, we have a player that has not been afraid to bargain his life away and then come back and go to top 1 or top 2 every single game in WildCO.
Yes, so let's see if it is highest completed for him today, because he played lots of underground games today, and those were really rewarded. He finished first in points, and I think he said yesterday also very, very reflective, and then I think he said it's not important who won yesterday, it's important who wins today. So I'm really excited to see whether he will continue his gambling ways and continue to rake in the points as we're approaching the games that really matter now.
Yeah, and mentioning that, what are your predictions now for today? Who do you think will win it all?
Yeah, so I think Shining Star will actually continue to place consistently at the top. However, I think he might fall short because he might not be able to claim first place when it really counts. So with that in mind, I think Suso is my personal favorite to take it today. I said yesterday I prepped with him, so I know he can do it. And he also finished second last year in this competition. So I really think that he wants to show them all and take it home with them today. So yeah, that's my winner for today. But I think there is offshots for all the other guys as well, especially Notprion, who showed us yesterday he can come in clutch with an important last-minute victory to secure his playoff spots here. So yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if Notprion as the kind of the dark horse of this competition, the one that's relative unknown compared to the other players like Suso, who has some EMEA experience, and Shining Star as well, or also the two French players who are quite strong as well, not to be underestimated. But I agree that on paper, once again, just like we said yesterday, Suso should be the one that's favored, but at the same time, we've seen such a dominating performance from Wild CEO, and so my expectation is that, as you said, Shining Star will constantly rack in points, and I'm thinking he might have it in him, like to get to the checkmate point and then switch it around and start playing really greedily to get that final top one, because that's the thing. He doesn't need to get 3 or 4 top ones. He just needs a single one. Yes. And so that's my prediction here.
Yeah, really like that. So with that, I think we're approaching the final game. And you already mentioned, right? Maybe we may need to see a shift in playstyle here. Do you think there's also a player who may struggle with this shift besides like Shining Star? Something we've seen.
Well, I've taken a look at the compositions that were played by all the players yesterday, and what's really standing out is that besides Shining Star, who played Belvet's board 3 times, everyone has had at least 4 different compositions. So I'm expecting them to be really able to adapt to whatever they need to do to get the points that they need in order to get that to that checkmate point. So that was really interesting, and you can really see that we're in a very balanced patch, and that the season's getting near to its end, where it's the most balanced, because there's such a wide variety of compositions that have taken the wins yesterday.
Yeah. So with that, it's time to get into game 1 and see who's going to build the winning composition for the first game of the day, and starting off with a great lead to reach this 18-point mark.
Yeah, will we see Shining Star taking over the early game as we saw? Will we see Wild CEO sacrifice his HP to reach an economic lead? And will we see someone else rise? Yeah, Double Trouble golden ticket.
Yeah, really exciting. So yeah, that I think the game crash or something.
Yeah, I think we are having a slight technical difficulty, but that's quite all right. It gives us time to go over the really exotic comp that we got to see yesterday. I think the one that struck me, well, besides Shining Star Double Trouble golden ticket that really took it home with the 7 Anima squad, was the Gadgetin reroll Sona. That one,
yep.
And there we go. Technical issues solved.
So the technology is there after all. Very good.
Okay, and there we see Shining Star. Yesterday, he did not spend a single moment in the bottom lobby, and I'm really looking to see if he manages to reproduce that today, or if it was sort of a fluke. But considering his playstyle, I'm pretty sure that's intentional.
Yeah, and it looks like he's really going for these 18 points fast, because he starts belt. This is the win streak item. And he gets in any box, so already a prestige position to reach, for example, the Oxlinger's comp, which should be very good for top 4 here.
Yeah. What makes the belt the best for the win streaking in your mind?
Just the items you can build in the early game, and then also the fact that usually upgraded frontline is what wins you these long early game fights. So, yeah, what do you actually have any favorites? Because I know there's lots of discussion about like, do you slam like Sunfire or Warmox if you can? What about Redemption, as we can see here?
Oh yeah, that's a tough question, isn't it? If you go for Warmox but you only have frontline, then suddenly you can end up lacking damage. But it really gonna come. It really gonna come down to what's his backline carry. You know, if he doesn't need additional damage because he has something really strong, then he can really go for the Sunfire. But it looks like he has an Archangel or a Redemption Slam possible. And here comes
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Brawler Hut here is certainly interesting with the Renekton and the Blitzcrank pair. Should put him into a strong spot in the early game. Redemption and quite a strong item for Brawlers. However, Archangel is also very good for your AP carries, and the tier is quite valuable. So interesting to see what he will decide to slam here item-wise.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's kind of favoring AD style compositions, but with these items he might have to just go for the Archangel and try and win through having really long fights thanks to the HP from the Brawlers.
Yeah.
Silver. No locks.
I mean, I guess the Sivir is just stronger for now than the Lux without any items, right?
Yeah. I mean, the slamming Archangel and Lux would definitely be a possibility, but no. Here comes the Redemption. You talked about it. Really strong with the Brawlers, and he's facing against 4 duelists from Little Bit Pro.
Yeah, and we see the IE and the glove coming in on the other side, so really good opener for AD composition for the Dutch representative here. However, I want to quickly touch on one of the repercussions of slamming this Redemption, because he has this rod left over, and that means usually AP itemization. However, he lost a really valuable tier, and that might put him in a disadvantage, especially if he starts losing here.
Yeah, I mean,
just now.
We mentioned his winning streak, but with only a silver one with a rod, he's definitely going to be lacking damage. The 2-star Blitzcrank is welcome, of course, but as we said, having HP does not mean you are able to take down your opponent team.
Yeah, and once again, this is patch 39 actually. So the Jax buff is not live yet. But would this be a situation for you where you decide to go Jax if you pick up, let's say, 1 or 2 bows from the carousel in 2-3?
Oh, if I can by any means avoid going for Jax, then you will not catch me playing it. You need to hit all the breakpoints at all the exact right times to maintain tempo and keep on win streaking the game to barely manage top 4. I think it's a composition that definitely can work, but I'm really not looking forward to forcing it, unless it falls into my lap.
So you're telling me you're not a fan of making a huge guy with a lantern jump into the backline and pushing this the slam straight into the other carry's face?
No, I'm a big fan of that idea. I'm, however, not a big fan of how hard it is to actually get to that point.
Oh, yeah, I can kind of see that. Me personally, I still have PTSD from the Jax patch at the start of set 8. So every time without Jax in the meta is a happy meta for me.
Oh, for sure. He's definitely left some concussions with that lamppost all over the set 8. And just like we all have an innate fear of cats now.
Oh, yeah. But Yumi's gone for now. We won't see her today. We might be seeing Jax though later. However, this still looks more like an AD composition that's coming online from Shining. He pushed level 5 to start the win streak now off of a lose. Quite interesting. So how do you like that? I think we discussed slightly pushing level 5 before the carousel yesterday, right?
Yeah, big risk, and even bigger since he did not win the first round, but he does not get punished. He gets double items on carousel and with champions. Crucially, which is what matters to him, meaning he will probably be able to make his next Econ 3 shot.
Yeah, and we see spatulas coming in here. So there might be some juicy compositions brewing up here in the back town.
Nothing too interesting for laser for brawlers. There's no more laser corps pads. So what else do you think could be interesting here? Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't get any bows, so he can't really do the Rage Blade to play with that. So he'll probably settle for Gunblade for now. Meanwhile, we see Babe deep in the underground, so he's already starting to play a tad greedy. However, still looking good so far on 96 HP.
Yeah, and with the Titans Resolve Slam, that's quite interesting. I mean, probably Belveth, right, from that.
Yeah. Either Belveth or Warwick, I would reckon.
Oh yeah, that's right. Definitely could be. And we'll see. No, he does not slam a Shroud of Stillness with that armor. He got me worried here for a second. And we see Zuso also taking a big risk in with the Lulu commit early on.
So this is kind of the Yumi of 8-5 at this point, right? So I guess to add to the Jax and Cat PTSD, we can also add like some, what is it, like a Smurf?
Yeah.
Small Yordles with a Spartian PTSD.
Yep, Hugify and but thing is, Lulu is much harder to get online than Yumi was, where you just stopped killing any unit on 3-2 when the Nila 2-star was here. You just couldn't do it. With Lulu, she really needs to get the 3 stars online in order to accomplish anything, really.
Yeah, and crucially, her not being that undefeatable where you actually do kill some units means the player damage is not as huge, and it actually gives the other compositions the time to get up to the level of this Lulu composition and actually contest her in the very late stages of the game.
And we left Shining Star a moment ago, and look at what has changed on his board. The very picture of flexibility right here.
Yeah. He slammed the Gunblade, as we supposed, and he added Morgana, found a Jinx too. So it's quite interesting to see where he'll go from here, as this Jinx should be a good carry for this stage and maybe stage 3. However, building around her trades can be a tad difficult. He doesn't have any Anima stacks yet, so very limited in terms of where this Jinx can go naturally.
Yeah, he's gonna start lacking damage halfway through stage 3, I guess. Well, hopefully he manages to get a Sunfire off of the Krugs to give him the damage that he will definitely lack. But as we can see, Babe is looking really healthy with 8 out of 10 on his first heist, still 88 HP. The Exile is doing really good work here.
So how deep will he dig? What do you reckon?
That's the question. It's gonna really depend. Like, you see the 3 pairs he has here, really depends. If he manages to upgrade a couple of them, then he might stay really healthy while playing this on the ground.
Yeah, but if you hit the pairs, don't you want to play strongest board win streak? I mean, it's always kind of like a hard decision, right?
How would you manage to get a win streak with that Titans result, though, is the question, right? It's bound to be really hard until you get the good units.
I mean, if you add the Whisper now and some Duelist, the K can stack it up. It should be alright, especially with the Vayne here and the Morgana. Yeah, it certainly looks like a win streakable board. Depends on the lobby, of course.
Yeah, and he just sold the Ezreal, so no 4 underground here. He's not going to be digging deep. He probably learned from the mistakes of yesterday, where a lot of the underground players tried to go real deep, but ended up being stuck on heist 3 and it just not being enough, you know?
Yeah. True. So I think we will also see, depending on the next fight, where he will go, as indicating as 2 lose streak can lead him to, okay, I can sack 3 more or 2 more, and then picking up a win here probably means that he wants to continue winning.
Hey, would you look at that? We have a cosplay competition on Clemu's board. As you can see, we've got a Vayne portraying either a Belveth or a Warwick, so kind of an interesting idea here, and Renekton might just be a Garen, so definitely going for some prizes at the local Comic-Con. And here comes these 4-cost hero augments.
So this is really exciting. And now with the Samira pickup, right, the other augments are not really tailored that well. You already have the Titans, so this kind of makes it a bit awkward here, right? Because rolling for that Belveth is really gambling at this point, and maybe you just have to pick up, maybe an ASOL.
Legend would not be the worst, but no, he opts to skip it and to keep going. Chrono Break has not been what it used to be throughout the stage, but throughout the set, he still goes for it. I think it's rather wise choice, because going for more than that, what else could he get? He still had both Viego augments in pool, and I'm pretty sure he did not want Heartstopper and maybe Partners in Crime, but that would have been really hard to make work. But here we see Wild CEO once again going down in HP, as we mentioned, with the consistency and the anti-up, so he's gonna be racking that money.
Yeah, definitely. And consistency into TF Oxlingers is one of the best openers you can play for this comp, as you very reliable get to the point where you can roll for this tier 4 units that are usually very contested on level 7.
Yeah.
So very good opener for him. We see him keep the streak, and we already found his units. So yeah, looking good.
Looking good, but however, that's a very big loss, and he is dropping quite low on HP. And you'll have to keep in mind that if he doesn't manage to stabilize really hard on 3-5, he will be going down really quickly because he does not have a single combat augment yet. Every combat power he has is going to be in his units.
Yeah, and also we see the static shift still missing for the TF, which is like the enabler of the comp. So if he has to stack 3 more now before reaching the stage at Wolves, where he can get some additional items. So if he misses items on Wolf, this may, as you said, get nasty very quick.
And we see a second extinction event. That's what the augment that Shining Star just had, and another Pantheon has one as well. That might be really problematic for both of them. And we see, the Twisted Fate is actually managing to clean up, maybe getting a second goal as well. It's bound to be really close. Yep, gets 2 golds, and he must be feeling really pleased about that one.
Oh, he's so rich. Like, he can just go on to 7 full gold next turn. Like, oh my god.
I think he'll go to 7 and have no gold left after this round, because he's bound to roll down here. He's way too low on HP and needs to stabilize ahead of everyone else to then start building economy through the consistency win streak and the tier augment. Yes, I mean, tier?
He picks the tier now. However, do you ever pick a slammable item here, just to make sure that you can win the next 2 fights?
Well, the problem is he has Cloak, so slammable items means frontline items, and for Ox4 Spellslingers, it's not really what you need. You already have really strong defensive stats through the 4 Ox4s and the Echo unit, and what you need is to have the damage to take his enemy down. And here, 60 gold.
So I reckon this any with the Vormox is enough frontline for the whole game.
That's actually quite close to being true, It's a surprising amount of frontline compared to some other composition, but right now he's kind of missing. He's found 1 Nico, 1 Annie. Okay, here's the 2-star.
There's the Fiora, that's huge.
We get the 4 Ox4s here. Second Twisted Fate, but that's kind of weak for now. Oh, and we get 3 Ox4, 3 Duelists. We did not find the Viego here, which is quite unlucky, and we face Clemu with the Back for Blood. And as I was mentioned, the Vayne has finally completed her cosplay and changed into the Belvet that she always wanted to be, with that 4-cost augment.
Yeah, however, we see the itemization being a bit rough here. IE and Last Whisper, which while certainly good on like backline AD carries, the Belvet really needs that defensive itemization as well to stay alive in the front line. She got the healing with the augment, but this might get rough really quickly, and you can see the TF just chipping away.
It's really close, and Walsio must be feeling really pleased about that one, and he probably needs to keep digging for more, because he's on the pairs, and he really wants to start that win streak right now.
Yeah, and the consistency also works in the other way, right? So you can actually win streak with that and get extra gold, so taking this 2 streak is double important.
Meanwhile, we see Lily Pro going for that spread shot yesterday that has some incredible results on Shining Star, but that's we get the conventional version here, right?
Yeah. This looks pretty standard. Supreme itemization here with the Guard Breaker and IE, because the Guard Breaker kind of the spread shot goes on 3 targets, so the Guard Breaker procs really well. Looking strong.
80% crit, has 1 locket and half of another one. The belts might be awkward, but he's in a very fine spot right now, has +1 Duelist, can go to level 7, find a single Twisted Fate, and get the 8 Duelists online really quickly.
So what do you think about Zeke's in this composition?
Issue is you only have 2 3. 3 with Scale, Twisted Fate, and Vayne, and especially because we've seen 2 extinction events, we really don't want to be bunched up in the backline. It's fine in the early game, but really becomes disadvantageous later on.
So one tech I've kind of seen some players do is you pick a frontline unit, put the Zeeks on the frontline unit, and put that between the backline carries.
Yep.
Might be an interesting tech to try out here against all these extinct or not so extinct ASOLs.
Yep, might be interesting, but with the duelist, it's kind of hard because you have to have 5 units in the front line. So if you want to do that, then that means you have to position Kale in the locket, which is suboptimal as well. So you end up with bad choices, and we get a Quicksilver here if he so chooses to get 100% crit, which is quite a good item. And Babe, here looking to stabilize, finds the second Twisted Fate that would allow him to go level 8 if he decides to use the duplicator on him. But no, duplicates and then keeps rolling.
That's a really odd choice here.
Yes.
So maybe he got a bit too excited there. However, we see Fuso also hit the TF2, and we know that YCO is very close to TF2 as well. So maybe he actually knew there are no more TFs in the pool. Yeah, and we can see YCO missed actually.
Yes, he did not hit crucially, and that means that now it's equivalent to him rolling for 3-star Twisted Fate here. We've seen 3 here on Zeus's board, 3 on Babe's board, and while CO has 2, that means 8 out of full. And if anyone else is playing Twisted Fate, then we're looking at a losing proposition for Wild CO.
And we did see a duelist player, right? Just a while back. So a little bit pro might be sweating a bit as well, because being unable to find this TF as your secondary carry may spell disaster for the duelist composition.
For sure, and while CO here loses the consistency win streak he had building, even though he has the anti-up augment to keep generating econ. Oh no, that's not what you want. You just that's really rough as a choice. Good thing he has the reroll.
Yeah, so I expect it to come in here any second. Yeah,
much
second
better.
wind.
Second wind, much better. Yep, no variance here. He has to keep digging. Sadly, his economy is just so low, and this proposition looks like it's gonna be a really losing situation. He would need a miracle to find that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, however, it's one TF, it can always come up, and he finds the Viego and the 4 Oxford with the second wind now that maybe the combat augment he needed, because that gives like the survivability boost you need, and this gives him also the time for the TF to rake in that auto text, build up some gold with the carry augment, and hopefully find the TF2 soon.
Yeah, do you think he should go to level 8 here?
I mean, at this point, you're kind of committed to donkey rolling, finding the last TF right before they're all out of the pool, because I'm pretty sure the Little Pro will be rolling for it as well. One thing you could do is, because you have first pick in carousel, right? You can say, I'll just chill and for one more fight, and then I'll take it off of the carousel if there is one, and if there's none, maybe I'll just bite the bullet and roll down again.
Yeah, I think that's a really wise idea, actually, because right now he's, rolling is kind of a losing proposition, and it's not like Twisted Fate has to be 2-star to be really effective. He's obviously better 2-star, but can still work on 1-star, right?
Yeah. Should be enough to carry him a bit more, however, in stage 5 it will be very problematic. And one thing we did talk about how important it is to win these lobbies. However, this does not apply in these first 1-2 lobbies, right? Because you first need to get to the check mark of 18 points, and how you get there doesn't matter, right? So just getting the most points possible and save top 4s can be a winning recipe here.
Yeah, and just turning it up to 11. We see North PM with the Mecha ASOL with a quite good itemization, but lacking in upgrades. We see Aurelion Pair, Garen Pair, and no gold left, but actually quite an expensive bench with it's
Pandora's Spade. Yeah, it's Pandora's Spade, and he already has a Jin 2-star rolling there, so maybe we will see him picking up this tier 4 3-star unit. However, in my experience, you really need to be French to make this augment work. So for representative, I'm very doubtful this will actually happen.
Yeah, Voltar is being really famous at being the greatest Pandora's bench player because he just always hits. But as you, I think it was a slight mispronunciation. You called it Pandora's bait, but it could not be more accurate most of the time.
Yeah, it's actually my favorite pronunciation of that augment because, as I said,
there it is. Just as we mentioned, hits.
Yeah, well, that's just the first one. Let's see if it works for the 3-star or if it's just a silver augment down here.
Yeah.
One of the repercussions really is he picked it up in 2-1, right? So he's carrying that for the whole early game. It does cost him gold holding all these units, and as you can see, his board is not looking too impressive, so he didn't hit anything spectacular off of it. And his HP total kind of lets us believe that he sacked kind of for nothing for now.
Yeah. It looks like it has lived up to its made-up nickname, but right now that Aurelion Soul is looking quite scary. And honestly, if the Garen gets to 2-star, he might be looking really good. He's got a lot of great stats, but right now the Vayne does not care at all.
Yeah, and that true damage doesn't care about any resistances. So Defender begun, Vow bonus damage begun, and shields coming in from the Vow begun as well, because there is a Guard Breaker. And that's enough to get through this right now pretty soft Garen 1.
Oh, and we mentioned Shining never being in the bottom lobby, and here he's in quite a tough spot. Brawler Asol, as we kind of expected from his start, but it looks like he's just not managed to hit any kind of important units.
Yeah, and this is actually a bit like the Jax composition, where you put a backline carry in it in like LeBlanc or Sona or Soraka in 8-0, and he replaced the Jax with the Warwick and the Soraka with the Asol. However, both of them don't really have a full itemization, so this kind of makes him struggle.
Yeah, and he's gonna really struggle in taking down that Belvet. He will just go back to full health with that Back 4 Blood and that Hand of Justice with the lucky scoped weapons pickup for Yaroi, who is looking really, really strong for that game 1.
Yeah, and we talked about IE in Last Whisper kind of not being what she needs in terms of items. However, with that scope weapon and a carry augment, she now basically has everything she needs. And I think if there's not like some Morgana cages or Baron stuns coming in, it will be very difficult to take this Belvet down.
Yeah, the Last Whisper is usually the one you don't want thanks to Morgana, being able to apply it. But here, it means he has 100% crit chance, and that's going to be doing a lot of damage thanks to that scoped weapon. She's relatively safe, can regen, does a truckload of damage, and she has a really big bodyguard up in the front.
Yeah, looking good. Meanwhile, Shining Star still looking for that Asol too. And bad news for him, he doesn't even have the pair yet. So you kind of need something huge as a pickup. Also, these are not the items you want to see if you want to finish your Warwick itemization. Neither are those the items you want to see for your Asol, because you got the mana gain already. So kind of grim.
Yeah, kind of grim. You don't even get a Hand of Justice, which would have been slightly subpar, but still alright pickup for the Warwick. No Archangel as well for the Aurelion Soul. He opts for the bow and might go for the static on Morgana to get that shred everywhere else. But that's it's looking quite stark here.
Yeah, and we can see him taking Suso on now, who found 2 Oxforce emblems. So getting this really important 6 Oxforce breakdown, looking really strong here.
His board is so hard to kill. He found the 2-star Echo, has a Genblade, has a Morello on Nico, so even if he lacks scaling in the fight, he's just gonna chip away and never die.
Yeah, and we can see the TF itemization as well, right? This guy will just get rid of the frontline by keeping his own team alive, and Shining Star is going down as a consequence.
Yep, and feels bad after such a dominant performance day 1.
Yeah, and this opener wasn't too bad, right? So kind of problems. We can kind of see the repercussions of slamming this redemption in the end, right? Because we could see that he was missing the itemization. So maybe punished a bit for playing a bit too tempo oriented. However, not
remember that Pandora's Bait. Yeah, it's looking much better suddenly. Looking on 7 Garens has a 2-star Misfortune turn going over.
Can he even hit though? Like, aren't the Garens out of the pool? There are 3 there.
Yeah, he can't. But he also has. Wait, no, he only. No, yes, yes, he has 6 Aatroxes though.
Holy.
So. Yeah, he's looking at hitting several forecast 3-stars, but right now, with keeping the Garen on bench, it means the Misfortune cannot transform into a Garen because there are not enough out of pool. It has to be one of the small ones for Garen, but MF could still transform into Aatrox.
Yeah, and we can see YCO. He picked up the TF2, and but that's way too late. So he goes down by the hand of Xuso, who continues his dominance here. And our top two finishers from yesterday are saying, "Okay, let's have some of the other guys sometime in the limelight," as they both finish rather disappointingly in the bottom two.
Yeah, that's quite surprising, but I mean, quite magnanimous from them as well. We will have to thank them. And Yoroi looking like he has many different win conditions here. He also has a 2-star Aurelian Soul to rub it in for both the extension event player.
And he's just sacrificing his declaw to apparently disrespect the other players as well.
You think there's this issue where you try to place the item on a unit and it ends up going on one of the sacrifices for them.
That happens to me in like every third mech game I play. So yeah, I'm pretty sure he was a victim of that interaction.
Yeah,
and he will look to fix that ASAP, right?
Yeah, and not
one more chance for the bait.
One more chance, and we get anvils here, which means 2 more items for everyone. And we've just seen Notoprian board. That was a Little Bit Pro's board. He's hit the 3-star Vayne with 100% crit chance and the 3-star Nila with double locket. So he's looking mighty impressive. And
the Anima emblem coming. Does he have Savage Spin now?
He does. It's a force of nature. Yes, he does. You're right. I was confused for a moment, but that's one more unit for him, and he for sure has upgraded units to put on his board.
Yeah, I mean, the second Garen is always alright, right? It gives more time to the Asol, because he does need some time to get rid of the enemy backline. Meteors are strong, but they don't quite make someone go extinct by one meteor alone. So putting in more of these beefy units here up front is really what can stabilize him here, as he's still level 7 as well, right?
Yeah. Let's play Spot the Intruder on that board. Okay, can you tell me which unit is definitely overstated his welcome here? Well, we see
it's definitely not the Renekton, because you always need a cool crocodile as a mascot. So probably the Aso here should be a Mordekaiser 2 at this point. Yes, Pandora's, right?
Yeah, and we see him facing off against Clemu, both of them on 3 HP, and it's looking like it's going to be really close. Can the Aurelian Soul with the Archangel take the Velvet down? And yes is the answer. Notoprian staying alive for just a bit longer thanks to that force of nature. Well, that
one more roll for the bench as well.
Yeah, and Babe, in the meantime...
He missed.
Yeah.
Once again.
Yeah, look at that composition. That's looking really, really, really strong. 3 lockets, 2 of which on the 3-star, 100% crit chance on Vayne, and 8 duelists. He's probably sparing all these beefy front lines, you know? It's like playing red in Magic, going all for burn, and there's nothing you can do to protect yourself.
Yeah, no counter spells in this one, and you can kind of see, right? He hit everything but the TF2, and that kind of is the story of this lobby, right? TF2 contested.
We see here, not Brian, as I was talking about the red style board of the full duelist. Here he's more playing a green style with only beefy boys on the board. Every unit is huge, and he tries to ramp up, grow, and so close. Oh. No,
he goes down, right?
Oh, that must be infuriating.
And so unlucky, because Pandora's bench was about to hit next turn.
It was?
He goes down one turn early.
Yeah, so you apparently, I did not receive the same information, but if you say so, I have to believe you. But still, 5th place, not too bad, considering how long he has flirted with death.
Yeah, but still, he kind of managed to pick up a nice 5th tier, right? This Fon he picked up kind of gave him a placement as well. So he was kind of rescued. You know, we see Xuso greeded a lot, right? So he's still sitting on 50 gold by dropping to 6 HP. So what do you think he will do to cap the spot now?
Oh, well, you can see the T on the bench looking like it could just be placed. Or you can play a Syndra to just send the T, and there she comes.
Just play Syndra too, then.
Yeah, and still same result, and we get another item, maybe a defensive item or an offensive
one.
one.
Shroud at this point in the game, right?
Yep, should be. the most logical pickup, especially we see he's going to face against Yaroi, who's just picked up a 2-star Urgot. So if you shroud him, and you're already giving yourself so much time.
And interestingly, Yaroi is deciding to roll for the Spellveth 3 instead of going level 9, but he already found the Mordekaiser 2, so I guess no need for to go 9 for him. We see the Mordekaiser missing. Meanwhile, the TF is chipping away.
Yeah, but the 2-star Urgot also has a lot of items, so there's so much damage on Yaru's board. Can the 6 Horse Force tank it? It's looking really, really close. It's gonna come down to the wire. Another Mordekaiser building takes everything out, and Yaroi will prevail here, giving himself more time.
The Belveth dashed perfectly there to make the whole team of Xuso running into the Mordekaiser house. So yeah, really good teamwork there by Jeroy's team. So he did some really good coaching to take Xuso down and finishes or leads us to a top 3 now.
Yeah, and you can see how tanky the 6 Oxforce actually made the team. But it still was not enough. There's just so much damage on that board. Look at that. He did rebuild the dragon.
Who needs level 9 for 2-star legendaries?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's probably rolled so much gold to reach that point on level 8. So it's kind of lucky, but also not unexpected.
The Zephyr coming in there, lifting up the Garen and making the TF immediately focus down the Mordekaiser.
But was it that beneficial? Because now the team is kind of running into the Garen, making a big pack, and as long as the Velvet manages to regen, she just won't die. She's still alive.
But it's only Velvet, and
it's gonna be enough.
The TF is still going strong. However, he's still stuck. So this Garen, an absolute monster, and Babe goes down in 3rd place.
Yeah, and now we see the duelist against the Velvet composition, the full-on damage against full-on damage, but one board is slightly more expensive than the other.
Yeah, however, the spreadshot is really good at getting through that Garen, and the mech leaving fewer units on the boards of Deroy means that the spreadshot bolts will go onto the other carries sooner, so a little bit pro might actually have an angle here.
Yeah, but can the front line live long enough with the 3 lockets here against the Yaroi's board? Because he just packs such a punish.
Oh, let's see. He dodges the Urgot ult. However, the house is incoming, but the Mordekaiser whiffs once again, and Vayne is on the backline now, so it looks like a decisive victory in the first one here for a little bit pro.
Yeah, it does not look close. Both 3 stars are still alive with the Thrill of the Hunt, allowing them to regenerate. The Mordekaiser not finding success here. Velvet on Carousel. Yaroi just needs one more. And
Truly will pick it up, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's just probably enjoying the moment a little bit. And now we'll
taunting dance. But another Fiddlesticks. Oh, he doesn't even need that anymore.
Nope. Not going to pick up one more. He will go at least to stage 7. Knows he still has a lot of time. Might as well pick up a duplicator too.
Yeah, I mean, this board is kind of like the classical TFT story, right? 2-star Mordekaiser, 2-star Urgot, 2-star Fiddlesticks, but only a Wukong pair. So
classic.
Also, with all the Oxlingers player finally dead, a little bit pro finally sees his TF 2-star here, so this might be what puts him over the edge to win this matchup, just in case Jeroy doesn't finish the Spellveth. And we can see once again Mordekaiser finding a slightly better ult, however the Vayne is still untouched.
Yeah, but the front line looks like it's gone, and I think this time Yaroi is going to take it. Little Pro going down to 1 life now.
Okay, so apparently we just need the Mordekaiser to not troll completely, and then that should be enough.
Yeah, look at that Chief's Gloves for Tweeted Fate. He really is decided to put in some overtime and help Little Pro achieve the 1st place here. Yaroi still has not hit, but he just needs to take 1 final round off of him.
Yeah, gold is gone for now. However, even if Jeroy loses this one, there are still like at least 2 more chances for him to pick up the Spellveth 3. So with that, he should be able to focus on positioning, make this Mordekaiser ult matter, and this looks really good.
Yeah, it's looking like he will have a really, really good angle, but everyone's clumps up against the mech, and the angle is not the greatest. Still pretty good. But
Yeah.
is the Belvet going to stay alive? Looks like she's now
Mhm.
taking aggro, and this time the Little Bit Pro is taking it, so it's gone back and forth again and again, and we will go to stage 7.
Yeah, and crucially, the TF2 was tanky enough with the QSS magic resistance as well to survive this Mordekaiser ulti, and in the end, that bit of damage was enough to get through the front line first, and apparently that's the decider in this kind of close matchup.
Yeah, and the Thieves Gloves not looking too good in that PvE round must be happy. Wait, here's what Twisted Fate is saying.
I'm Vayne. I can also do 80 damage.
And it's not what you want to see.
Oh, but I mean, Edge of Night would be alright, truthfully,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Making sure you survive that onslaught of the Fiddlesticks Urgot and the Mordekaiser once.
Do you see him rolling every time he gets gold to try and find that one Belvet that could deny?
Yeah.
And no, not there.
I like rolling early there as well.
Yeah. Very good. Did not find it. Gets a Godbreaker that goes on the Mordekaiser. And remember, 3 lockets against him means the Godbreaker will be active when the building falls down.
Yes, but surely the TF should be able to survive one ult with these items, and it's interesting to see if the Vayne will be tanky enough. We see the Urgot being on the Vayne, however QSS is online. Mordekaiser is looking towards the TF once again.
Yeah, and Twisted Fate saying, look, Garen, I can also have mech items and survive the building, and you were right, it was enough. He lived through the building, tanked it through the face, and it's gonna go get very close, and Vayne's still alive. It's gonna be the end of the draw. Too much regen here. It came down to the 1v1.
Yeah, and we can see without CC, this Belvet will not die. So really nice finish there by Jeroy, holding on to that win condition as well with the Belvet, which in the end he didn't even need. So well played victory by him. Who needs Pandora's bench when you can just hit your 2-star legendaries naturally?
Yeah, and yesterday he managed to qualify for the finals just barely, but now he comes and starts with a really, really strong statement, has dominated the lobby, has found the augments that he needed, the level 6, oh, no, not level 6 Velvet, that was his augment, but the back 4 blood on 3-2, and he executed it masterfully, recognized that his win condition was not as much going 9 as finding Velvet to 3-star and the legendaries as well.
Yeah. And one other thing we could see here, like he was kind of elevated a bit, I feel, by all the TF players contesting and reaching each other. And we could see 2 of them, Xuso and I forgot, Babe, yes. They managed to find the TF too early, and they did find their place in the top 4. So really nice pickup there by them, going into this contested direction and then just having the fortune, I would say, to actually hit their carry on time, and recognizing that their spot was still strong enough.
Yep, and having this many Twisted Fate is kind of something that I would have expected yesterday, and we will have to see if it continues. But right now we're going on a small break before coming back for game 2.
Yep. Welcome back, everyone, and we've just seen a really banger of the first game, right? Belveth clutching it out against an encore of Twisted Fates, and we could also see our top two finishers from yesterday in Shining Star and YCO finishing bottom 2 here. So Kenobi, what do you think went wrong there?
Well, once you said it that yesterday, he did have quite a bit of luck and some high roll there. And we could clearly see here being heavily contested on the Twisted Fate. It all came down to his ability to find Twisted Fate 2-star before his opponents. And, well, not really his fault. He had a huge economy with the consistency and the ante up, trying to roll down on 3-5 with more than 60 gold and not hitting, and then just barely hitting at the end of stage 4 in the end. That really spelled the end for him. And as for Shining Star, well, I'm certain that with that brawler augment, he picked up the forecast that gave access to a lot of DPS to everyone, really put him in a tough spot, really prevented him from continuing his win streak.
Yeah, and I have to say, right, we've seen him going for the vertical brawlers anyway, so might as well pick up big data there instead of the ASOL augment. However, items were really awkward as well, so at some point he kind of took a wrong turn in his composition, so maybe he had this vision in his head of where he wanted to go, but then the components just didn't fit that, and he kind of ended in nowhere land. So really rough opener, yeah.
We see one of the dark horses, Yaroi, just barely managing to get into top 8 yesterday, starting today really strong with that top 1, as well as not Brian getting the 5th place. They were 7 and 8 yesterday, and now they're getting off to a very decent start and kind of upsetting the established order.
Yeah, but we also see Babe and Xuso coming in 3rd and 4th, right? They managed to maneuver the TF composition well, a bit better, right? Actually finding their carry, but we could also see they did have the items ready, right? They had the static shift when they needed it, and YCO was a bit late with that. So missing these 1 or 2 turns of crucial tempo advantages because of item slams can be really a detriment in these lobbies.
Yeah, and without further ado, we are already getting into game 2. So let's see if we get some more of that excitement with the off-curve hero augments giving access to a lot more power a lot earlier in the game. And in the end, one of the 2 winners, the top 2, did not even go for a forecast hero augments, right? He went for the spread shot instead.
Yeah, embracing the reroll compositions, and we see a full offensive opening carousel here, so I really like that. What do you think about offensive carousels?
I think it's one of the better themed carousels, right? I really prefer it over the one where there are 3 gloves and you're guaranteed to end up with some really
but
annoying
that's just because you're a glove hater, right?
Yeah, I am. No, it's just so annoying to play around.
Yeah, and we see Notrium starting out here with the bow. So looking towards these 80 compositions, or maybe TF, as the picture is resetting, and we can see him already picking up these laser corp units, right? He has a Camille as well, maybe looking for options between laser corps, brawlers, and admin here. So
yeah,
really nice options.
The bow has been the most dominant start for the entirety of set 8 and set 8.5. Would you agree?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that kind of is thanks to the compositions that were really strong. So we could see throughout all of 8.0 and 8.5 these attack speed based compositions, attack speed carries. They're not really AP carries, but they do AP damage based off attack speed. So I'll call them attack speed carries here.
Yep.
Really dominated throughout the patches, right? We can just recount, right? What did we have? Jax
dominated, Kaisa with the recons on set 8, and then on set 8.5 with the quick draws as well, What else?
TF as well, right?
TF for set 8.5. I'm trying to think also, even if the attack speed carries were strong, the bow was also perceived as the better starting items for a deep compositions for most of the sets, right?
Yes. And we could also see laser corps, for example, right? Where you slammed, at least earlier, the static shift as a priority before you had access to Warwick in 8.0.
Exactly.
to get this magic penetration going, and then also vertical duelist is a comp that remained pretty strong throughout this the set. As we're just gonna have a quick pause.
That will hopefully be fixed soon. Yeah.
Yeah, one of our players hasn't paid their internet bill, so they have bad MS. But that should be fixed fairly soon.
And we were going down the item rabbit hole, right? The bow has been dominant for a long time, but instead 8.5, we have seen some changes, right? We went from an AD focused set 8 to a more AP focused 8.5 for a really long time there, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like this is also thanks to Samira being bugged for most of the set, right? Not really dealing enough damage based off what should be the correct itemization, with the IE being put on her, and then also Baveth being underwhelming for most of the set. So yeah, really rough for AD comms to get going.
Yeah, they were really suffered from the fact that Twisted Fate got introduced for AP comps, and he was so good at doing things that set 8 Talia and Soraka were kind of bad at doing, which is sustain damage to take down heavy front lines. And Twisted Fate and also Kaisa to a lesser extent really dominated and prevented anyone from getting anything. But let's get back into the game. A little bit pro, picking up a Oxforce Heart here. What do you think?
Yeah, we kind of discussed this yesterday already, where we said the Oxforce Heart is actually not as good as it seems, because what's really strong about the Oxforce trait is having the buff on a unit and not just the +1, because this gives a bit more resistances to the units, but what really makes them tanky is more the vulnerability at 1 HP and then giving them this shield rather than like 20-30 more ADA armor or magic resistance.
Yeah, it's still quite strong right here, thanks to the Alistair buff that he has. It allows him to get the access to this armor and MR he wouldn't have. But you're right that without an Oxforce spatula to go with that and enable the 6 Oxforce, it's gonna be slightly weaker. It doesn't really change the composition much, right?
No, still stays pretty much the same. However, he did slam Spark here, which is kind of interesting, as you're usually looking for the Chiff on the Twisted Fate. This may be an indicator that he actually wants to transition into maybe a more Renegade and Viego-focused setup here.
Yeah, could be. It also means he started with a rod and got another one and a cloak, and you really don't see the use for Rabadon's Death Cap when you're playing Spellslinger, right? You'd much rather get some multiplicative units items.
Yes. But I mean, 2 rods, it is a Death Cap, and you talked about red decks being one of your favorites in Magic, right? So having the upfront damage with the flat AP of the Rabadons can certainly enable you to play some explosive comps, right? So should be an option.
Yeah, we've had some lack of good Rabadon's users. Besides Twisted Fate that has a lot of upfront burst damage and single target, most of the casters right are AoE, and so they struggle to one-shot units. Nico really does not one-shot anything. Asol, although he kind of feels like he's nuking you, takes quite a few rotations in cast to do damage. So Rabadon's Death Cap has been kind of left to the side a little bit, right?
Yeah, but having your Oxforce Heart, Viego should be a good holder for it. However, Ionic Spark definitely just as strong for Viego. And I guess leaving the rod open gives him more item flexibility here. So
yeah, and definitely the Jeweled Gauntlet is going to be much better for the Spellslingers. And it's also, we were talking about items, so I'd like to go a little bit deeper into that. And with the set, the AP comps, both Spellslingers and Hearts generate flat AP, right? So that means the Rabadon's Death Cap is kind of redundant on top of that. You'd much rather get multiplicative things like the Gauntlet, the MR Shred.
Yeah, kind of like the story of this of flat AP in this set. However, we've seen some uprise of Archangel, especially with the combination of Aesol, because as you said, he does need some time to get to one-shot the enemy backline anyway, so might as well make them scale, right? Yep. Usually that's the go-to flat AP item you're looking for, and we can see a little bit pros actually picking up the Gnar for now with the Jeweled Gauntlet attached. So that's looking like a very AP heavy setup for him right now.
Yep, definitely looks like he will be committed to playing AP. And we see another duelist heart. And honestly, isn't that one of the strongest silver augments you could find?
Yeah, having access to this sixth duelist early, especially in level 5, is really what puts this over the edge. And personally, I think that duelist heart is actually what kind of enables this duelist reroll compositions on top of the items, because you really don't want to level and play the unit. You just want to have the synergy online and stay level 7. So being able to play 8 duelist on 7 here enables a really big spike, and I really like that.
And we don't really have a good duelist spat carriage, Usually it goes on something like Annie if you have the spatula, because she gives Oxforce and Spellslinger to Twisted Fate. But we haven't really seen the rise of the duelist Velvets, despite her being really strong with it. She kind of does not work with the composition because you need some more frontline. And oh my god.
Oh, well played here, right? Blessed by Mortdog. After being not so fortunate in game 1, Clamour got some of his mojo back here, early Twisted Fate, and that should be really strong. I guess he's regretting this Redemption Slam now.
Most likely kind of painful, but to be honest, with these belt and tier in duelists, I could definitely understand his willingness to just get rid of some of them as quickly as possible. But yeah, Redemption must be feeling a little bit icky right now.
Yeah, but I mean, Vormox is always an option, right? I believe he picked up the belt and the sword of the carousel, so he should have slammed the Redemption earlier, so not going to blame him for that one.
Yeah.
But still quite an unfortunate turn of events when it concerns the itemization here for Clemo.
Yeah, it's gonna stunt his build order for items quite a bit. He does not have the crucial locket components that he will be needed later on. The Twisted Fate obviously being a great pickup and will allow him to get the 8 duelists instantly as soon as he's level 7. But economy is kind of, it's average, let's say. So it's gonna be hard for him to go 7 on 3-5. He'll probably have to wait. And it's gonna be interesting to see if he manages to pick up and solve the issue with the item builds.
Yeah, one good thing for him though is that on a silver augment we are quite likely to see a hero augment in 3-2. The odds are quite good. And he picked up a second vein here, and he is guaranteed to have a tier 3 unit in the hero augment shop if there should be one. So getting this vein 2 here in 3-2 would be a really, really huge boost, and I'm pretty sure that he could just snowball off of the tempo that would deliver to him.
Yeah, the item issues, however, have not been solved. And while CEO is back on his underground shenanigans again, not deterred by his 7th place game 1, he just goes back for it. And looks like he might be looking for, some of that Sona 3-star that he's had such success with yesterday.
Yeah, back to the roots here for YCO, and the roots are deep, deep, deep underground. He's on the second heist right now, I believe.
Yeah, for sure is digging a deep hole right there.
Yes, and he is looking to sack a bit more. However, this board will not kill any units despite the Sunfire being slammed, so this will be some rough losses. And do you think we will see him roll a bit here in 3-2 to maybe stabilize?
Yeah, well, he's actually only on heist 1. Thank you, Observer, for pointing that out. So he might just cash this one out, because if he goes any deeper than that, then he will just end up, being 20 HP with heist 2 only. That's not going to be enough.
Surely he will pick up Daredevil and dig deeper.
And nope, looks like he gets access to Power Grid though, and he does not hesitate. Hopefully he gets some mana generation item, because that's, he just, doesn't care. He proved it yesterday. He is not afraid of going deep, and there he goes once again. But that one's looking really, really dicey,
without a tier, that's certainly, let's say, he has aspirations here. Courageous, yeah, I like that one. And what's interesting to me is that he just insta-picked this Power Grid, and we could see the Estriel augment as well, the Rising Spell Force, which we know is like a kind of flavor of the patch as well. Meanwhile, Shining Star is picking up the Sona too, so YCO really does not want to see that. So I guess he's going to depend a bit on his cash out being really juicy to get a good position in this game.
And would you look at what your boy is building right here? Can you tell me what I'm looking at?
So yeah, this looks like this Ezreal is supposed to carry both my Jhin and my Viego items. So good luck with that. He picked up the Pike, really good augment. I don't know, I'm not quite sure what this, what is it, Star Guardian Heart is doing right there. But just having Star Guardian active to play like an Echo as a frontline should be alright.
I think that's the plan. Has to be the plan. Based on his items, he's gonna be looking at a maybe Jhin Aurelian double carry or something like that.
Yeah.
With the small game hunter, it means he's probably looking at the Rift Walkers more than the Belvet and Aurelian could have. But that's certainly an interesting position. After that, such a dominant top one, he has no upgraded units actually, but going straight for that level 7 next round probably.
So could we brainstorm like a vertical Star Guardian composition that runs like both the Pike and maybe can fit a Deathblade on a unit? I can't think of anything.
Yeah, no real AD units in the Star Guardian composition. The most AD unit you can find is the Garen, but you don't really want to see the Deathblade on him without a full power to sword, I'm pretty sure. So this is looking like a really rough spot, and Clemu has found everything after rolling quite deep and getting gifted actually.
Yeah, interesting to see that he decided against the Vayne Augment. Maybe he missed it as well, but
You know what's funny when you're playing Duelist is that you're actively being punished by the hero augment system, because when you're playing Duelist, what synergy do you have active? Duelist.
Yeah,
that's
only Duelists. Yeah. So it's not enough to tailor, right?
Yep, exactly. You can't tailor the hero augments with only Duelist on board, and there's really no way to trigger a good hero augments tailoring for Vayne, because Anima squads, you'd have to Riven augments. If you play Oxforce, then you get some Alistairs in there. And so with only 1/3 cost, he missed. That's just that easy.
So I guess Clemu was gifted here instead of Spreadshot, but he should be fine. We can see that he builds Last Whisper now as a consequence, because he is not playing around these 2 damage shots from the Vayne ult. So I guess Last Whisper is a bit better here. However, we can see that the spells is still awkwardly sitting on the bench, and with Guardbreaker not being that good now without the Spreadshot augment, this might be a bit awkward going forward.
Yeah, very, very awkward. In fact, he's going to try and rely on that redemption to give him some of that frontline. But as long as he does not find some 3-star units that will benefit from the percent health healing, that's going to be quite a tough proposition. And we see Wild CEO still does not have a tier and going to drop down below 30 HP.
Yeah, but he seems to be pretty comfortable in these spots. So I will not be surprised if he decides to tank 2 more to go up to level 3 heist and maybe just pick up that Radiant blue buff of it.
That would be incredible. I think he's going to take a look at what this height has to offer.
In
Urgot? That's not something he likes, I'm pretty sure.
Well, maybe the Urgot can put him some tiers.
Does he have a choice? Can he afford?
Of course he can.
Still looking for some frontline upgrades though. Gonna pick up the H-Rocks, gonna look at the 2-star Lee Sin. Yeah, he's definitely lacking upgraded frontline units here. That's quite the problem. Yep. Nope.
Yep.
No 2-star Vi, no 2-star Lee Sin.
Yeah, and the double Sunfire is nodded as well. So he's kind of forced to wait 1 more, but that's fine. He can sack 1 more and then take his cash out in 4-2, I believe.
Oh my word, and 6 gold just like that, thanks to that Urgot, and Shining Star's gonna lose this one, but actually, I'm not sure that's... Oh wait, no, never mind, then it becomes such a good proposition. Yeah, it's a good loss. And Shining Star with the undercurrent.
And even though they're only 2 hard active right now, you can kind of see here why Urgot is such a good pickup in these hard compositions, because this AP stacking up passively means that he will pull in huge treasures. All right.
Yeah, already paying dividends. 6 gold for the first round he plays it. That's 2 rounds of Hustler.
Oh, and positioning against the Wolves. Haven't seen that one in a while.
I think he's hoping to get some of that starting mana on Urgot to get the wave going before everybody dies, but that's not gonna work. And he picks up
Oh my god.
two
Okay.
swords. That's
Okay, so if there's no Reforger in this cash out, he's pretty much dead.
it's looking like quite the doom spot, right? And he still has no upgraded frontline units, hesitating sometime before rolling because he knows, oh, there she is, 2-star Vi, finally. Too little, too late, however, he would need the 2-star Aatrox, in my opinion. Deathblade goes on Urgot for sure. That's the silver lining.
Yeah, so this Urgot has to print a bit, and also this cash out has to contain some Sona items to for YCO to have any chances here. And with the only tiers for him this game being his own tiers, as he missed every item he needed, he's looking at a really, really rough game.
Can the Urgot chest contain the component? And
Oh my god!
oh my lord, he must. Well, he could always get another one here. No, only.
Oh. So
Six
what
gold.
we're gonna see Radiant Deathblade in this this cash out?
For sure.
Knife's Edge?
Knife's Edge, yep. Let's go for. Oh, a portable forge,
The
actually.
Forge, Mana Zane?
No,
Oh,
because
it's 40 gold, that's no,
tragic.
he did not want to see that.
Yeah,
And
that's-
you get the feeling that this is one of these games where you're just gonna DM Mortok on Twitter afterwards and complain after uninstalling.
Yep. What is he supposed to do? Open an armory with all the swords? Nah. It's just so hard, so rough. Does not find the 2-star Aatrox yet. Finds the 2-star Echo, so the front line is there, but will there be enough scaling?
Yeah, really doubtful right now. Like
what
at
a
this
front
point,
line,
where's the damage coming from, right?
Yeah.
Because you only have a Druid Gauntlet on the Sona. You have 4 hard, but the units are just not casting enough for the damage to scale up. And surely the second duelist composition we see here with the CC immunity should be strong enough to get through the front line.
Yeah, I like what he does. We've seen the double Sona before, and it's a good idea. He uses the hearts, the heart crest, not the heart, to play some incredibly tanky frontline. But as we can see here, the duelist is able to just barely roll. No.
Yeah, and the
fight another
Sona tag team there healing each other up just in time, giving YCO one more fight to hopefully salvage this position, as he is still 2 Sonas and hopefully 1 or 2 tiers short of having a really strong stable board there.
Well, wait. Correct me if I'm mistaken. We do not have 1 but 2 duelist players actually, right? Because
Yes.
that's not who YCO faced.
However, they're both leading in HP, so I'm really curious to see, because I reckon they both won't be able to hit their 3-star units, how they will approach this game going forward, and how they will actually finish this game, because stage 5 and onwards is going to be really rough on these 2-star tier 3 units.
Yeah, but luckily they both hit 8 duelists, and I mentioned red style boards that just go for burn and tempo damage. And with 2 of them playing that way, you can see that HP is probably going to get really low really quickly in that lobby.
Yes, lots of tempo going in. We can see Shining here. Back to TF. Getting this win now. He did not really find his carries yet, but he has lots of gold left. And we see an armory here, and the tier combined with the potential second tier of this armory could be what YCO needs here.
Yeah, that would be might be what he needs, but we're gonna have to see if he finds it. That's gonna be so rough.
Meanwhile, Lean a little bit pro. He's already sitting on 5 Oxfords with this Oxfords heart, and he already found 1 of Oxford spat, so he's gonna look for the second one to enable this 6 Oxfords synergy. And we already talked about it earlier. We've seen it in stage 1 what
And
how
there it is.
disgusting this frontline can be.
There it is.
Oh
Blue
my
buff.
god, YCO. He always finds a way, right?
But
I
is
guess
that
he's
gonna
just
be
blessed.
enough? He found a Syndra as well.
Surely for now with the Syndra as well, right?
I hope so, but it could be really hard really quickly if he faces off against someone that has enough regeneration. Or someone that has enough burst damage like that scary Vayne. Proud not gonna do too much.
But we've already seen this matchup, and we know that he won that before the blue buff. So Urgot is going to make some waves, getting in another tier. Now it's all coming together slowly but surely.
Yeah,
We can see a little bit pro. He managed to pick up this additional Oxforce bet, now sitting on 6 Oxforce, however, still going down to Yoroi, who managed to transition into a really good Renegade board here.
Yeah, and it's looking dicey. Another Urgot on 7, and the Oxforce Heart combined with 2 Oxforce Spatulas means he just doesn't have the items. He's picked up the spatulas on Carousel, right? So he's down. These Oxforce Spatulas are effectively just like he picked up 4 belts on Carousel, just giving a lot of frontline, but frontline is not enough.
Yeah, we can see the damage items really missing. Also, he has sitting on 1 TF who holds the Rage Blade, and then the Nico holds the Jewel Gauntlet, and it's really not enough damage off of these 2 units, right?
Look at that frontline he has to get through. There is just no way that Twisted Fate's gonna get absolutely smashed.
And I really like the Oxforce Ramos here. Like, Ramos a good tech into the Renegade's composition here with the Rift Walkers as well, and giving him Oxforce Emblem, just making him deal some additional damage. Really good option here.
Yep, a little bit pro, dropping down to 3 HP there. Can he manage to hit in 5-1 and then stabilize? It's gonna be doubtful. It's doubtful, to be honest with you. The items just are not there.
And the grim message here is he already has 10 components, so he's looking at 2 items max if he's lucky. And with some of these components maybe being tank items as well, I just can't see him stabilizing good enough.
Let's think about what would be the best drops for him, right?
Surely she needs like a guard breaker for the Nico or Shojan.
Yeah, and no items just yet. 1 here, and here comes the second.
Yeah, 12 components. That's unlucky.
Rods.
So I guess you're looking at a gunblade then, right?
Yeah.
But that still doesn't give you the damage you need.
He opts into leveling up to find something, but he was looking at a Janna. He can play 6. He can play 6 Spellslingers now. That's what he was looking for. Finds it.
Starting mana, it's actually really good.
But that's not, however.
No, well, the Rabadon should be fine. If the Nico with the Janna mana gets a good hold of early, this may be enough to kill some important units in the back line.
Yep. But we see some kind of dissonance, between the Rabadon. We talked about it earlier. That's great. It gives upfront damage. But look at his Gold Augment. It's Ascension, which is backloaded damage. He needs he would be better served having some scaling items that will suddenly start to pop off once the Ascension procs. Because right now it's just only a single cast with Ascension. It's gonna be enough for 1 round though.
But the 6 Oxforce giving him enough time to actually get to that ascension point. So working out for now for a little bit pro. You see YCO still stuck on that Sona 2-star. I think he hasn't found a single Sona in what feels like infinite gold right now. Meanwhile, Xuso actually stuck on level 7, decided to roll for the carries not hitting because he contested, and then we can see Jeroy who just said thank you all very much if you're just contesting each other and decide to not hit, because I already hit my carries and this is looking really strong.
Yeah, and Yoroi, we remember that Ezreal and Clemu, despite being contested, hits the 3-star Vayne, is one of the 3-star Nila, which would be quite good. However, she is giving out that Sunfire Gate.
And that's just what differentiates the French player from the Spanish player here in these tournament settings, right?
Yep,
against all odds.
Against all odds, just hit. We mentioned the Pandora's Bench with Voltarix being the most famous user, just able to hit, and Notoprian just going down as expected, sadly. That's 8th and 5th place means he's gonna be low in the standings. He will have to find some rabbit to pull out of his hat to finally stabilize.
Time to smurf now, I guess.
Oh.
However, a little bit pro. Actually stabilizing off of this 6 Wellslinger hit together with the +3 Oxforce.
Yeah,
So-
and he was holding a single vein on bench, which meant that for as long as she was there, Suso was not able to find 3-star vein if he wanted it. Kind of impactful.
Yeah,
However-
not that he will be likely to hit anyways. So maybe throw him a lifeline there, at least give this man hope. However, we can see in this fight, Roy still playing a really insane board and looking to take a commanding lead as he takes Little Bit Pro out, and Xuso is also dropping to 4 HP now because this duelist setup has
And
not
it's just
been-
enough while Theo
and the
goes
main
down.
3.
Oh, that must be a sigh of relief for the entire lobby because he was just going to get stronger and stronger if he found that 3-star Sona. You see, he was already nearly able to beat the capped duelist board while being still scaling up. So everyone must be thanking him right now.
So even gods can bleed, it seems, right? As he does not manage to take a top 2 placement here for once after running this Sona Underground composition.
Yeah.
Really nice comeback nonetheless, and we can see Xuso now. This is just sad, right?
Yep, it is. We see the Yasuo with the tank items trying to salvage the situation, but the Vayne with the Godbreaker without spread shot is just it's just not going to be it. You know, both duelist players missed their 3-star. They had 3 cost augments, right? And you can see the one that was a little bit less lucky than his counterparts.
Yeah. So as we see Babe going up against Xuso now, I'm pretty sure the Vayne 2 is not going to be what he needs to get through this Ramos here. Even though the Yasuo 3-star helps, still the Jhin is dealing out huge amounts of damage here in the backline.
Yeah, it's gonna be close, but I think Jhin has got what it takes. Yep, the Morgana with it's just gonna be the final nail in the coffin of Xuso. Shining Star dropping to 8 HP with that Spellslinger composition, still sitting on Twisted Fate 1-star, probably cursing out the duelist players, and there it is, and it just might be too late. He's facing off against Klimu, who's...
The tilt roll always delivers, and he decides to sell the Nico. It's Jenna in the next spot. Now that's some good gameplay here.
Yeah, guts. They pay out and they pay off. Sorry, and we can see that Diego with the battle mage and the undercurrent is gonna start jumping right at the start. But can he find any resets against that ball?
Also, the front line is not that strong with Annie and Fiora 1-star. This random GP3 on the side of Clemo, taking down this Alistar almost in an instant. Oh no, he's actually still standing strong.
Yeah, but nothing else is standing strong actually, and Twisted Fate is not gonna have the damage. The damage reduction from the duelist being enough, and we see the top of the lobby being dominated by both French players. As we say, Cocorico, my friend. Let's go.
Oh yeah. So Babe, the only one left in the ways of the French, last resistance here. And he is looking for this Ramos 3, and maybe this can actually be what he needs to tip the favors in to his side. Crucially, Clemeth is not the one with the Jubilant Veil, rather the Gifted. So the CC of the Ramos actually does something. What do you think? Might Ramos be 3 be enough here?
Well, he for sure is pretty strong as a unit. You know, he's been kind of forgotten on this 8.5, right? He was very dominant in set 8, and here he is if he so chooses, and he does. But because AP has dominated, so his armor passive kind of useless, right? But not to be underestimated. That's one heavy. That's one heavy Rammus right there. It's gonna be doing us.
Oh no! He missed his renegade with the Zac while being on only 14 HP. So this might be really rough here. Also, what's going on with all these Annie 1-stars in this lobby?
Well, when everyone plays Annie, no one gets to hit her, I guess. And we see the board against him, the Ghost of Clemu with that 3-star Nila now, the Twisted Fate with 2 items. Is looking like this time it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, and the Ramos jumps and tries, but it's not enough against this beefy Nida 3 with the gifted double item here. And Babe goes down, so we are looking at Clemel finishing the lobby in first place. If he can also take down Leroy, who just lost his ghost fight.
Yeah, but Leroy has a very strong composition. Like that already sold. Well, what's the issue here?
I see a slight deficiency in the front line here.
Yeah.
As this Alistar one and this Echo one with all the items is certainly not what he needs.
Oh, and in one moment of panic right there, the Leroy wanted to keep that pike on that side to hit the vein and had to move the Zac into the backline. It's not going to help his lack of front line there.
Yeah, Pike stunning the Vayne, but I'm afraid it's not going to be enough, as the TF is also there to just take down this non-existent frontline by Leroy, and without anything to defend them, Azul and Jin just fall.
Yeah, and the double Archangel on Aatrox, you know, we mentioned that he needs several casts, so very good itemization, but there's just not enough time. There's not enough frontline on Leroy's board, and the duelists back going in true red fashion just burns through the composition, and Leroy trying to play that control style with the Renegades, just not finding the options to protect his board.
So what kind of next level griefing is this? Like even holding the Alistars now. So that's just some, even among countrymen, right? That's just some next level ratting.
Well, there's no mercy for in between French players. If you had any doubt that they were helping each other, you can see it right there. It's there, knife under the throat. You will not find any upgraded frontline unit. No. I will be taking first. I need it. I went 6th, and now Clemu going up with 11 points after that dominant game too.
Yeah, and what a impressive victory actually, right? Being contested there in the duelist, hitting everything anyways, barring that any two who only came in at I think 2 fights before the end. And then just being strong enough to take down everyone, because it seems like in this lobby nothing really came together for the players in the end. So Clemul just saying thank you and taking this victory off of a bit of a lucky high roll in this rolldown.
Yeah, lucky high roll in this rolldown indeed. He was, however, much better itemized than Zuso. With the Zuso had a Vayne that was tailored for spread shot and just did not hit. So the full AD one from Clemu was much stronger, allowed him to be much healthier even before hitting. And we're gonna have to see if we keep seeing Twisted Fates, because this time much less successful than the previous game, and we'll have to see that after this break when we will be back for game 3.
The sky so far, but I can't lose it.
Welcome back here to the finals of the UEM. And we've just seen some French domination, right? Clemoul coming in with that Vayne duelist reroll composition, finishing strong, taking another first place here. And with that, we're gonna have a juicy situation on the top of the standings here.
Yeah, we see Yeroy just shy of hitting championship status, just needs a top 6 to then change the rules, and if he gets a first place after that, then it's all going to be over. It could be over in just as little as 4 games, which would be impressive yet anticlimactic.
Yeah, but Babe as well, right? Raking in 2 third places, putting him in a comfortable spot as well here in second with 12 points. And with that, I believe we have 3 players then that are able to reach the 18 points threshold in the next game already.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see if the other players decide to change their strategy a little bit and bend a little bit against the top of the lobby and try to take them out to prevent the championship status to being achieved.
Yeah, and we can see our top performers from the from yesterday still being on the bottom of the lobby, so they really need to step it up to bring it back here, though. And players approaching this threshold, right? I guess you can kind of chill for one more game, but after that, you really have to turn it on, right? After that, it's I'm gonna take these first places, and if not, at least I will grief all your shops. So I can hope that we will see some target griefing soon.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting, really fun. Well, for us, definitely not for the players if they start getting targeted because they are able to close out the competition. We're gonna reach the exciting point, right?
Yes. So one more thing that could be just as exciting is maybe some other hero augment distribution, because we've seen 3-2 hero augments in both our games now, and we haven't really seen the 2-1 or 4-2 hero augments, with both have their let's say own attractiveness in a sense. So which one do you prefer? 2-1, 4-2?
I really prefer 4-2 hero augments, because I really hate being constrained early on by the hero augments. So some players really like it because it gives them clear direction and they can focus on, executing on these game plans. But I really hate this feeling of being locked into one direction and just being a little bit more at the mercy of RNG.
Yeah. So in that sense, what do you think about no hero augments and all then? Might also be an option.
No hero augments would be a dream. Well, not like a dream, but really good. I really like it. The triple gold augments, they are really impactful, yet allow for some really creative plays from the player. They open up the field of play instead of restricting it.
Yeah, and then we already seen 2 duelist compositions finishing strong in both games, right? Off the back of these tier 3 hero augments. However, I actually do believe that no hero augment at all could actually elevate this duelist composition even more, because you're not really dependent on these augments in comparison to other comps, and you don't really need the unit to hit your 2-stars either. So maybe we can see continued duelist dominance here going forward.
Because as much as duelists seem to rely on Vayne and Twisted Fate as their primary damage dealers, in fact, the entire board is just contributing so much damage with the ramping attack speed, and that's why I consider it to being a red style board. It's just only damage.
Yeah. And front-loaded damage certainly strong in lots of aspects in this meta, right? Especially when you have these ASOs with double Archangel stuff in the backline trying to scale up. So might be a good meta read to counter these very duelist-focused, not duelist, but very scaling-focused backline compositions that lots of the other players choose to prefer, right?
Yeah, and back into the game, let's see if this time Wild CEO will be able to conjure up some of that mastery that he had yesterday. We've seen his game 2 was looking close to reaching that breaking point where he would just start rolling over everybody, but he was shut down right before he reached there.
Yeah, and we can see Nordprion and our other player at the bottom of the standings starting with the Lulu here and picking up this Cloak. And normally I would say Cloak is the not preferred opener. However, with Lulu, maybe a Pantheon could use it. What do you think about Cloak here?
Well, yeah, definitely Cloak would mean that getting the Pantheon would allow him to get that Dragon's Claw that allows his spell to do a lot of damage. But usually Cloak is kind of shunned by the players because there's... while the items are not bad per se, they just don't do much on their own.
Yeah, I feel like the doubling down on the Cloak can be kind of bad, right? If you're dropping another Cloak here, and then you have to slam the D-Claw, but then the lobby may be 80 focused, you're just crying.
Yeah, that's very true. And if you get, a Gargoyles early, it's certainly good, but it's not round-winning material like a Sunfire or a Warmog can be, or static or other offensive items. Frontline is important. It's necessary even, but oftentimes not enough to win early rounds.
Yeah, however, we see Lucian 2 coming together here, and this certainly can be round-winning in the early game. Poppy Bear on bench as well. Not quite sure why the Lux is on the board for now. However, he does get a Rod and another Cloak, as we said, so he will now have to decide between slamming this D-Claw or slamming the Spark for the early streak and sitting on another Cloak then. Oh,
and Prismatics, that's really exciting. Will he go for any one of these? Future Sight, Prismatic Future Sight might be really interesting, especially in the championship format. Then no, goes for something else, looks at the underground soul, but that's not looking great. He does not have the units to activate it.
And I feel he got kind of greedy there. He had the Luden's Echo together with the Spark, which is nice synergy. The Lucian pops it quite regularly, so now he's kind of forced to take this underground soul.
Oh, goes for the massive gamble and does not hit. Oh, that is really, let's say, brave from him. If he manages to hit the undergrounds in the next few rounds, that can pay off huge dividends. But right now, that's looking like a losing position, and he faces off against Wild CEO with that prismatic build different.
Yeah, and we've seen some gold build different yesterday, and this is only stronger. And he has an upgraded unit in the back already, as well as the Rhythm, who really likes the bonus HP off of that trade. So YCO playing a really strong opener instead of Underground for once, and looking really good with it.
Yeah, not going for his what we've seen him before, but right there we seem to have a small issue, and Northbrian must be really happy about winning that one round.
Yeah, and we can kind of see the ZZ rod you get attached to the Underground Soul actually being quite impactful in the early game.
For sure.
Lots of bodies to get through, and the 2 KLs not quite enough to take down this massive amount of HP.
Yeah, and also whilst you're not opting to slam, one item could have gone for the Hand of Justice on 2-star kill. It would have probably been enough, honestly. And maybe that style of his to just wait for optimal items kind of leading him down a wrong direction here, no?
Yeah, a bit of lack of experience of playing these tempo lines. Meanwhile, we see Babe, who picked up 2 tomes, slamming the RFC on the Jax nonetheless, not popping a single tome. So this can be kind of risky, actually.
I'm trying to count out off the top of my head, but I will just have to check how many synergies does he have active. And 6, so that means he could pop the tome and get one of his synergies inside with the tome based on his board, but he opts to grid a little bit, maybe looking for some units to cheat on the tome, like the Ezreal or the super units.
Yeah, and surely with this RC, he should be looking for either mech or laser corps here, as Warwick or Jax are approaching rapidly. The Belvath being the supreme holder of the mech emblem together with the RC there, and then just laser corps really good as well, right? If you have this RC for Warwick.
What do you mean he's not going for 5 mech Jax carry right there?
I mean, you can play Jax with 5 mech, right? But you can also just play Belvath with 5 mech, and that's even cooler.
Oh, would you
agree?
activate the mech? Would you activate the mech on the Belvet and make her just Titanic?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
Who wouldn't love a really huge Supreme Voidling Overlord?
Yeah, the Purple Rain really would be shining through, and we see another duelist early game, maybe, with his items and the board that's been played by Clemu. It surely showed some success, and once again, double items.
Yeah, and even more likely to hit with the golden ticket here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm really curious for Babe, actually, because there are some interesting compositions he can do with these tomes, like Admin Jin, for example, is also like an off-meta composition that he can maybe look towards.
Yeah, it depends on the admins he gets, and maybe that's why he's waiting also, because if he gets to check what the admin is, and that would really change his way of playing, right?
Yeah, we see Morgana too coming in for Jeroy already. Suso picking up Ezreal too. And YCO actually deciding to lose streak now, pretty much playing open fort here on this prismatic build of opener, which is quite unconventional.
Well, unconventional though it may be, I am not losing hope for him, because I'm not sure if you're familiar with the reroll version of Build Difference. Maybe you are, maybe you've seen Pat Ball as the French player is.
I've heard the legends.
Yeah, I've had the luck of both seeing and playing it, and it gets quite disgusting if you manage to hit the 3-star. And the idea is to just play all two cost units, Silver, Vi, Rel, Pike, Jinx, and Camille. And you just get so much damage once everything's 3-star, but it's really hard to get there.
Yeah, and he won his fight now after leveling to 5, still not slamming items. So this seems like kind of an indecisive early game here from YCO, who seems to be faltering a bit today.
Yeah, and we see some very interesting units in shop, actually, in the Kai'Sa and the Jinx. But no slam and no items slammed means he might have to make a decision here, right? He really wants to win that round. If he loses it, then he would be looking at such a big econ loss. Yeah,
slamming the TG now, which I quite like, because you play lots of units that are actually threats, not in the sense of the trait, but rather in the sense of that they are dangerous with these buffs. Especially if he's looking for the reroll variant here, as he will look to 3-star lots of units. So this TG should be quite potent.
Oh, would you look at that? Yoroi also going for the prismatic tomes and getting hacker and spell slinger. Yesterday he's had some success with LeBlanc, if I'm not mistaken, and swapping around both of my French players. No, wait, I am. They both played reroll LeBlanc, so I'm in fact not wrong. Both French players played it once yesterday, and looks like Roy is going at it once more.
Yeah. Really good opener for him, especially with the Morgana 2 already. However, as she's holding the Jeweled Gauntlet, he may have to sell her sooner than later. So
maybe we could see three cost hero augment in 3-2. The Fury's Freedom Morgana, place her in the hacker hex, give her the Spellslinger stat, and just watch her just absolutely blow backlines up. Wouldn't that be exciting?
So what you're saying is, don't let your memes be dreams.
Don't let your memes be dreams. Let the Morgana just take over and smother the backlines.
I mean, if we go with that approach, I would like to see the hacker Ramos with the Spark and the Sunfire here. Just wreaking havoc there. But he's probably... Oh, he's selling the Sona, interestingly. So looking to keep the tempo high here.
Oh, looking to hit hacker here to tailor his augments. Yep, there it is. Oh, and
there is the Morgana in the backline.
At least for now, yeah.
So he sold the Sona just to buy her back immediately.
I believe he sold her on Reflex. No,
yeah, it's one econ he actually made, and he's deciding to sell her once again because apparently he's looking towards this Acer as the backline damage threat while standing in this Morgana for now. Certainly strong composition. Meanwhile, we can see Babe. He decided to go for admin and laser corp. So if he finds this Warwick and this Mordekaiser later, he will certainly be a very huge threat to the whole lobby.
Yeah, and the admin he chose is once per combat at 66% health. Admins gain 60% AD. So definitely this Jax is just once again a cost player. A little bit too excited about becoming a Warwick or maybe a Velvet.
It's a very metallic Warwick for now, as we see another 3-2 hero augment coming in here. And
there it is.
There it is.
Yes, he goes for it. Let's go. That's Fury's Freedom Morgana coming into play. I really hoped for it. I did not dare dream of it, but there it is.
Oh man, but how do you actually finish this composition then? Because surely you want to move the Spellslinger emblem from the pike then, but you also kind of want mana gain on the Morgana. So kind of rough actually. Rounding out that composition, I believe. You know, we can see Nordprion, he actually did find his underground units, now finally being continuing his heist and finding him misfortune early on.
Yeah, and he's found his 5 underground currently on heist 2, but he is very healthy, so might be able to, just make me eat my own words when I said that it was a brave choice for him. Might just be able to make it out. The itemization is not looking too bad. Unrelenting force on Vi, only Vi 1 sadly, but he's definitely hit some important units here and might be able to just get good loss after good loss. Oh, and there it is.
You can see Babe picking up the Riven 2 with the carry augment there being barely enough to withhold this onslaught of misfortune at Ezreal. Also slamming the laser corp emblem on her while she really needs the item slot for other components might be a deficit more later in the game. But for now, good loss for Nordprion, who really probably is very happy about taking 5 blocks here.
5 HP loss is really fortunate for him. Not too sure about why he's picked up the Vi from the box, but that doesn't really matter. It's going to be really interesting to see how deep he can go. We have yet to see a single 4 highs being completed, right?
Yeah, and but this surely must be the game where we will be able to see it, right?
If there's one game to see it, it's this one.
Yeah, and we see him not rolling for the Vi 2, keeping the 20 economy because he is on this lose streak, right?
Yeah, and he's already gone quite deep with his economy. I believe in 3-2 we did not see him rolling down, but this board is surely the result of having rolled, because he would not be so low on economy.
Yep. And we can see Clamel actually dropping down to 64, denying the first pick for Nordpian, who is looking to stabilize the spot further. Unluckily, there is no Samira here for him, but he can pick up the Misfortune with a Spatula. What do you build off the Spatula in this composition?
I'm not too sure, and we'll have to see if he decides to wait. No. So he's playing around the Vi, right?
Yeah, I think it's High Roller Fun, right?
Yeah, might just be High Roller Fun. Is there? But I don't think there's a way to drop Spatulas off of Underground, so he might just be looking at it as a way to get a pair of Misfortune, which in and of itself is not to be underestimated, of course.
But maybe he just takes the gamble, right? He says he needs to win some lobbies, he needs to get back points, so
little bit
he
pro.
will drop the Fun.
Just hits the Ezreal.
That's what I would say is a little bit of a pro player move here. As he has the Infinity Memblon as well. Sivir 3 items looking really strong. Shen 2 already. Belvath as a secondary threat. No, this board looks quite scary.
And he opts into cloning the Ezreal here. Not too sure about it because I believe that's gonna just end up being, tickling everyone on the board instead of his board right now is single damage focus, right? Everyone target the front line, and as you can see, the Ezreal ultimates just don't do so much.
However, still enough
Still a
to
lot,
take
though.
down Shiny here, who is playing the anima line. We've seen him doing that yesterday based off of Double Trouble, so this time he'll play it just normally.
Yeah, with the not to get excited, but everyone goes boom, Jinx, Augment. He's right now looking quite weak. We hope he can stabilize, but that's often quite hard. And we go back to Yoroi being so low on economy, but also one of hitting Pike three-star Pike, which is quite impressive, actually.
I'm pretty sure he was looking for this LeBlanc, and it took him quite some go to find her. Also, sitting on this Ramos pair, just barely missing that, while also finding lots of pikes. So he's really pushing this win streak, and we can see the Morgana and the backline just deleting both of the Ezreals.
Yep, and getting this win is really important for him, because if he falls down here, then his economy is shot to hell for the rest of the game. Can the Morgana do it? She barely manages to survive, but no, that's not going to be enough, and it's a complete disaster for Yoroi. He saved so much HP, got such a long win streak. Oh, gets 3-star Pike though, but the economy is out.
And we could really see there, right? With the Ramos, with the Morgana and the backline and the Pike as well. The backline really has no room to breathe, right? No fun allowed for the backline carries being perma-CC'd. But the Belvath says, well, I don't care. I'll just jump around all that CC. And she continues to just step away at these units and taking the win in the end, stopping the streak.
Yeah, and we see not praying.
Oh, what a goal!
Nothing to say here. Just perfect management. Gets the Bramble Vest and the Force of Nature. Gets an Aurelian Soul. He probably can put it right there on the board. And that's mighty fine play by him. He's gonna have to roll to find something to play. Like that, Alistar getting a lot of tank stats here. Gets the 2-star Misfortune. Will put the items on her, but he's gonna lack the mana generation. But he just needs to survive for 2 more rounds, though, right?
Yes, and he should be really strong if he gets a decent cash out here. And I'm pretty sure he will abandon his hopes of hitting the Spy 3 for now. Itemizing the Lee Sin, which he should rebuild ASAP, I believe.
Yep, but does not want to sell a 2-star unit for now, which is very much understandable. Faces off against Clemu, which is starting to get quite strong with that golden ticket duelist. Misfortune cleaning house, though, making this unacceptable.
Yeah, and the golden ticket as well for Clemu, right? He has 6 Nihilus already, 7 Fioras, however, still missing the veins. Starting to get a bit stronger here, but still a bit off of stabilizing him, hopefully, for the later stages to come.
Yep, we get the gold hero augments. Maybe Clemu can get the duelist spats he needs, and gets the here for Notbian, getting the second win. Really nice choice.
I mean, with how lucky he is, right? Surely he can get the Mana Zen there for Misfortune.
This would be. He's already taken quite a bit of a big gamble. That's for now been looks like it's gonna pay off with the underground crown, but
So
opts to go for the safe play of the second win, which I commend him for. It's pretty good. He needs the time anyway for the Misfortune to live. So getting the frontline items there, and there we go. You mentioned the
finally
rebuilding.
transferring the items, downgrading onto a Blitzcrank 1. But losing this fight is actually not that bad for him, as he's looking for this cash out, and 29 HP is actually alright.
Yep.
So let's see what this Misfortune can do here to YCO Sport that managed to stabilize a bit.
Yeah, but right now the second wind does not do much. 4 units lost, still 2 lives for Notrian, not the worst spot. He can definitely manage to come back this lobby. We're gonna have to see what the cash is. And Tactician Crown and 8 loot orbs. So does he get the items he needs? Here's 1 tier, more tank items. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, really careful with the Banshee as well.
Yeah.
I like that.
Does not want to overflow, of course. Okay, more tank items. That's great, actually, for Warmugs for Vi. But he needs, to make some room here. A little bit of a cognitive overload here, I believe.
Yeah, he had to pivot his units as well, right? And doesn't quite manage in time, like leaving 2 orbs on his board. However, this may be strong enough going against his Infinity board for now. If he, maybe 2 fonts, surely, right?
Vi is gonna stay alive, and Misfortune's gonna hit a bullseye on the back line, but it's not gonna be enough. She's just missing that 1 mana generation item. Hopefully, Notrian still alive, might find it here.
So he's playing 2. He's playing 2 units up, but Little Bit Pro doesn't care, right? He has Infinity Portals, so he's playing 2 units up as well and just takes him down, leaving him with 1 hit before being eliminated here.
Yeah, and Notrian, the Turkish representative, opts into an Archangel not picking up the Shojin. Interesting. Let's see if he manages to live long enough. Maybe he's counting on Misfortune killing everyone in 1 single cast, right? So it has to be his
must be, but I'm not quite sure if this is reliable enough. So really risky approach here, and we will see if he gets punished for it. But for now, let's see Shining Star in this Anima composition picking up the Jinx support augment. Really nice for the vertical approach. However, he hasn't hit any upgrades, it seems.
Yeah, and it's really painful. Also, remember there's someone with a reverberation, meaning the Rhythm's contested. There's a duelist player, meaning the Veins contested. So this Anima squad and also the Misfortunes contested. So a really uncomfortable spot for Shining Star, and he just faces off against his nemesis. He would say the one taking the Misfortune 2 stars from him, and I don't think that Fiddlesticks is going to be quite enough. Nope. There it is.
Nope, and we can see the Vi standing strongly in the front line, even at 2 stars, and MF1 is not enough to completely delete the backline here, so he's gonna take a huge loss here, putting him close to elimination as well.
Wait, and Notrian, he still has underground ticking, so he might just get an additional 1 cash. Getting that small gold infusion.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly sticking with the Ezreal and the Vi, so he should be able to get a small economy boost throughout the later stages of these games if he manages to stay alive. Meanwhile, Jeroy still not having found any of these LeBlancs.
No, I was about to say that he has sold the Morganas, which would have been really weird, but no, he's just playing 2 Morganas, makes a lot more sense. And Shining Star is...
Oh no.
Wait, he's found the 2-star Fiddlesticks though, but can that be enough? With the AP from Anima Squad and the Jeweled Lotus augment, definitely is enough. So many units, but it doesn't matter. Fiddlesticks does not care. You can put as many units as you want on board, still gonna die of the AoE effects.
And while Little Bit Pro is quite strong here, quite lucky for Shining that he hasn't committed all of his gold yet, sitting on 50 gold on an Ezreal pair, and Notrian also managing to stay alive by taking down Babe, who doesn't seem to have hit this more important Laser Corps breakpoints yet, so hope for all two of our bottom players here, right? As we can see, Babe, he pushed level 8 to have better odds for this Mordekaiser, but no fortune yet on either Warwick or Mordekaiser here.
Yeah, not even a Warwick pair despite this champion duplicator. This must be feeling really bad. The reverberation Riven not paying dividends here. She tends to be quite weak outside of playing Anima Squad to give her that AD and AP. Well, most importantly, AP she needs to survive and grow her shield.
And you have to ask yourself, right? Was this really the best augment you could pick there? You kind of picked it for tempo reasons, being able to quickly get a Riven 2 and hopefully streaking off of that. However, that did not pay off as the lobby was quite strong in 3-2. So now we can see
double Warwick.
Kind of paid the price, but maybe this will be what saves them.
Yeah, it's looking kind of rough, but Windy Weather Janna is another attempt in making him strong enough to maybe go for a top 4 finish. Unluckily, he would need a top 3 finish to get up to championship status, right? And he's off against the Morgana. Your boy is still stuck on 7 Morganas if you count the one in the box, and not moving forward.
And this positioning by Jeroy is really supreme, right? But the Janna crucially gets out one of her tornadoes, and that may be enough for the Warwick to turn the tides as he chips away. Everything but the pike of importance is down here, and that's just a huge loss. While we see Noprian facing this Ezreal 3-star here by Xuso, who managed to find the Radiant blue buff going
on 2-1, yeah. Had the Radiant blue buff from 2-1, did not hesitate. He was committed to playing Ezreal or Sona and was rewarded by the hero augment. And Xuso, with that very, very scary Ezreal, the Radiant blue buff, you mentioned the Ezreal reroll line as a really good way to win games, and he's really looking at it. And your boy needs 3 points for championship status. If he goes down and gets the 7th here, it would be disastrous, meaning he would not be in championship bridge.
Yeah, and he really has this interesting approach here with the Morgana, right? But in the end, he only hit the Pike and never found the LeBlancs to maybe pivot this, or maybe the Morgana 3 to actually stabilize him. And we can see, like, stage 4 and onward, this Morgana just doesn't kill anything, right?
What a heartbreaker. He gets 17 points. And the entire lobby must be really pleased about that, because that means he's not going to be in championship status next round. And we go back to Wild CEO with the build different with Renegade active. Okay, probably was.
And one thing I really like for him here, right? He picked this TG and he decided to combine it with the support augment for Kaiser, which enables spell crit actually. So this is actually quite strong. He does not utilize it right now, but the kind of thought of this composition is quite nice. And maybe if he could find this Kaiser 3 or Gnar 3, this could be quite potent.
Yeah, we see Babe again, having hit the Mordekaiser this time, so a lot more damage should be coming off from him, hopefully, but will that be enough to take on the second wind build if run to it? Looks like it,
Yeah, the second wind heals the Mordekaiser completely, however, it doesn't matter as this Warwick is still untouched. And now with the 6 Laser Corp, that's enough to take YCO down to his 6th place finish. And Babe slowly but surely approaching a top 3, and that's the threshold he needs, right?
Yep, it is, and Shining Star kind of the winner out of this, because despite being contested heavily on each and every one of his single units, is able to get that top 5 thanks to that Fiddlesticks and gets another Anima Squad spatula here.
Yeah, and with people contesting his units slowly but surely dying, this may be the time he needs to round out this Anima composition and net in a high finish here. The question for now is he will probably give it to the Garen and we can cut the Nessus, right?
Yep, one more upgraded unit. Yep, no, I think that has to be it. No 2-star misfortune, sadly. That's a really big issue. And Babe found...
Where did this Mordekaiser come from?
One duplicator, I believe. And was there one on the carousel? Yep, has to be. Must be
Well,
feeling
yeah.
mighty pleased. The top 3 is now looking more and more likely, and we face off against Clemu, who has 5 veins only.
Yeah, and Clemu, I think he needs a top 2 to get into the range for finishing out this final. So this board certainly does not look strong enough to reach that. So the Warwick will just continue to feast away at this duelist units while Ash is shooting from the backline.
Silver lining for Clemo, that's as good of a loss as he could have hoped. He managed to find the duelist crest on 4-2, as I mentioned. However, that meant he had to go level 8, just like you mentioned. And it's why the heart is much stronger, because you are able to save that 50 gold you need to spend to level 8 to roll instead. And he would surely have already hit if it had been a silver augment here, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's sitting on 5 veins, so maybe he could still miss because Shining is holding some veins as well. But surely the Fiora 3 would be a huge boost as well. Like this
Awesome.
HP total buffing up the front line with the Oxforce, right? Nice synergy there. But well, with Shining griefing for now.
Yeah, true. Taking a 4th vein, and we see Shining Star facing off against Zeus. So can this Anima squad take down this Ezreal, who has the parallel active actually, and is not going to be hitting the Misfortune crucially? It's quite important. And Edge of Night leaving the vein alive for now. The Fiddlesticks is regenerating, but the Ezreal is stacking off AP again and again. Only 2 units versus 3. Is Fiddlesticks with the Dragon's Claw still alive? Is that going to be enough? No, there's
Garen stands strong, but not strong enough. And MF1 prevails here. 7 Anima, just too much damage, and the parallel Ezreal doesn't have the burst to take down the units in time. So maybe not quite the right call there, going for that trade here.
Yeah, crucially, the Misfortune being spared by the Ezreal until the very end, and the amount of HP stacking by Shining Star, allowing his team to tank wave after wave of Ezreal ultimates, meant the difference between living and dying here. And Shining Star is on the verge of heisting the lobby and taking a top 4 finish for himself.
Yeah, also we see Babe dropping to 1 HP, so it's gonna be really close for him to get into a top 3 position. However, with Clemo now also being in 1 HP range, this might be an exciting race for the top 3.
Let's see if he manages. 2 more veins needed, and a lot of gold to spend with the golden ticket. Here's the 3-star Fiora, as you mentioned, but just one more vein would do it. Can he hit?
No, come on.
Still a lot of gold to roll thanks to that golden ticket. And here it is. And now he's looking quite strong. Has the 3-star Nila with the locket. The 2 items on Twisted Fate are magnificent. But can he beat out Zuso if he faces off against him? And Babe goes against Shining. Facing off for the 5th place.
Yeah, 5th, 4th, 3rd, everything is possible here. And we can see MF2 finally coming in. Huge ultimate, however, that Warwick still has an Edge of Night, so he survives the ult crucially and just takes down everything in its way. And then LeBlanc finishes the job with the drones. So Shining Star, despite being studying aerodynamics, being taken down by drones.
Yeah. Very, very close defeat here. He nearly managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, but sadly could not get into that top 4. And Babe is just 1 round away from being in championship status. That would be so good for him, being alone with that potential of ending the tournament on his own.
Yeah, and we can see Mordekaiser is slowly getting items now, right? So huge one-shot ultimates coming in, and he's holding additional Mordekaisers just to prove his point, as we can see him approaching the probably strongest opponent now.
Yep, and the second admin he has for our viewers is not only 60% AD when his admins reach 66% HP, but also 60% attack speed. So that Warwick, once he procs the Edge of Night, is a real menace, but not a big enough menace for Little Bit Pro, who has managed to find that 2-star Ezreal and take him out. And Clemu is now the one that can reach championship status if he gets 1 more placement. If he gets top 2, he does it, gets 7 points, goes up to 18. But Little Bit Pro and Zuso both have such strong balls.
Yeah, really an uphill battle for him, right? But we could see that the Ezreal can kind of struggle with these front lines, and the Redemption Nyla 3 with the AoE healing reduction might be enough to stop this parallel Ezreal from getting the victory here.
Crucially, Ezreal is only played with 2 quick draws here, right? We have 2 Morganas on board. How deliberate do you think that is? Because Suso is going down right now, trying to find probably 2-star Ezreal ultimate. Sorry. What do you think of that?
Yeah, you can kind of see, right? The damage is just not there, and he takes too much time, and as a consequence, the Vayne and the TF together take down this front line, and Suso just loses, right? And getting real close to elimination right now, so he'll have to spend his gold.
Oh, and that's 2 Infinity Spats and 1 Sure Shot Spatula. So this carousel must be feeling really good for Little Bit Pro. He gets his pick of the leader, and Suso denies a Sure Shot Spatula here, I believe.
And surely Little Bit Pro did not need the additional boost to power here, right?
Yeah.
He gets it anyway, though. And we can see Suso going level 9 now, rolling for the Ezreal 2-star in hopes for a power spike, right? He picked up the Sure Shot emblem to complement that, and finds a Jenna, which should be a good addition because he lacks the damage, as we just discussed. But no Garen 2-star for him here, and no Ezreal either.
No Ezreal either. He's denying some Mordekaisers, so he still has some gold to roll. Surely he will end up selling them when he needs it. And nope.
There it is.
He barely manages to get it. Places the Sure Shot Spatula on the Lucian just to activate that for the Ezreal. It's quite interesting that he opts to skip over some quick draw units over and over again, despite having these 2 Morganas on board, which surely must not be optimal. But he was looking at that ultimate Ezreal and maybe a little bit too focused on that. Maybe some nerfs coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the shred is quite good, and we can see him take a victory against the Growth Fed here, and Clemur goes down crucially, putting him 1 point short of the 18-point threshold, so I guess everyone besides the top 3 players are really relieved with the outcome of this game, as everyone falls 1 point short.
We are guaranteed 1 more game at least, and might be a lot more.
2 more, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, 1 more than previously. 2 more games at least, for sure. And Little Bit Pro looking to end this game in dominant fashion. But you mentioned it, you have so many units on an Infinity board, but that Ezreal Crescent Barrage does not care at all about the number of units. It's pure AoE.
True. No reduction base of units hits here. And with the Ezreal 2 now as well, for Suso, maybe this is enough damage to pick away at this backline. And we can see Ezreal ults flying all over the board, just a barrage of True Shots barrages.
Actually, yeah. And Ezreal from Suso actually benefiting from taking a lot of damage because he has Thrill of the Hunt. Yeah. And the Gunblade, so every time he takes damage, he just fires off ultimates that put him back to full HP. So every time he takes damage, he's actually benefiting from it, and it's just generating him so much mana there.
Yeah, and while both players are playing 2 Ezreals, 2 real Ezreals seem to be better working together. So yeah, teamwork prevails.
Teamwork does indeed prevail, and what are the ways for Little Bit Pro to take Suso out? Because right now we've seen him lose twice in a row.
Yeah, I think what's really important is right now the front line is not that strong for Suso, right? The Garen 1, and maybe he can position in a way where he removes this huge clump in the middle and actually baits the Garen out on the other side of the map, and that should maybe give him enough time to take down this Garen a tad bit earlier, because his carries are free to attack, and then just finish off the backline after that.
Yeah, what kind of units could he roll to upgrade his composition here? Well, I mean, 3-star legendaries are a possibility, but can that realistically be done? Another 2-star ultimate Ezreal?
Yeah, I mean, Syndroth is certainly good at it. This will continue for at least 2 fights, right? Unless he wins anyway. So beginning to stacking up the bench may be a good decision here.
Yeah.
However, more bodies for Thrill, right?
Yeah, exactly. More bodies for Thrill. Ezreal is already an AoE unit, so he does not care as much about the amount of enemies he faces as some other units do, and it's an absolute festival of two-shot barrages, as you mentioned, but it's not even close, actually. The important units are still alive for Zeus, so he's chipping away at the advantage the Little Pro had.
With Garen 2 coming in now, this board looks really, really stable. And with the Ramos being a potential unit to upgrade as well, right? It's going to be an uphill battle for a little bit Pro because truthfully, what can he find that enables his bench to be strong enough or his board to be strong enough, right? If he actually decides to put in a new unit now to reach his backline units and actually finishing them off, as they have quite a lot of healing on them.
Yeah, he opts into selling the 2-star Garen, saying that frontline does not really matter anyway against this guy, because he just and it is right. Zuso just ignores his frontline anyway. So 2-star Garen is not very the most important unit, but the Ezreal staying stunned for the entire time, bad at Rammus and Garen combination, and there's just no chance. This is looking quite hopeless.
Yeah, Ramos just jumping in the backline layer, completely denying any chance of this Ezreal to do any damage at all. And while a little bit Pro, he is trying for options. He hasn't found the solution yet.
Yeah,
and I think he really has to look at maybe giving up this this spot here on the Ezreal with the Infinity team, because this clump is not it. You could see it in multiple fights now. And if he wants to have any shot at winning this, he needs this Ezreal to free fire one ult and hopefully taking down the backline units in one go.
Yeah, but he's faced against a very tough dilemma. He needs more damage, so he wants to stay and copy the Ezreal and have the Windy Weather Janna boosting him up, but at the same time, he does not want to stay clumped, because that's costing him DPS, and the Ezreal's just gone once again thanks to the huge AoE from Zuso. But honestly, I'm not sure he could have found a way. I'm not sure there was even a way for him to win that.
Yeah, reroll standing strong here. Xuso taking down a little bit Pro to claim victory in the third lobby, and I believe that puts him at 70 points as well. So next game, we're gonna have multiple players reaching that threshold. So while we're having, I think someone in chat also said it, right? We're gonna have a little bit of a breather and opportunity for the lower portion of the standings to catch back up before we'll have a really crucial game 5 approaching us in 2 games here.
Yeah, we might be looking at 4 or even 5 players simultaneously reaching the checkpoint, the checkmate, point, and being able to win out from 2 games onward. But this next game is just going to be a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a way for the bottom lobby to catch up, and maybe a way for the people that will end up, second and third and get the good rewards that come with that to cement their lead there. Yeah.
And to prepare ourselves for this breather, I think we're going to take another breather as well in a break. So after the break, let's take a look at the standings and actually see how close it is. So see you in a bit.
See you for game 4. Welcome back, everyone. After this exciting game 3, where 3 people could reach the checkmate threshold and just about everyone fell short.
Yeah. Huge pressure. So kind of hard for all of them to deal with it. But as a consequence, we now have 14 players who are guaranteed, 4 players who are guaranteed to reach this 18-point threshold in the next game, as well as Little Bit Pro, who just has to avoid this pesky 8th place. And surely, without a 2-1 prismatic in the next game, maybe we can see the players actually prevailing and reaching that status, while Shining Star is also in range to reach this threshold by cashing in the first.
So at best, we could get 6 players in checkmate reach for next game, and that would be really exciting because that would really turn everything up to 11 right there. We're going from nobody, and everyone is. I'm expecting most people to play this one safely without taking huge gambles. But the game after that is going to be a completely different story.
Yeah, however, for our UOB and EU representative from Britain and Turkey, respectively, it's really time to get in some results, right? Because after this game, they're basically forced to win. And after that, they're forced to win again because everyone else will be in this threshold. And they still need 2 victories to reach the threshold. So it's really do or die time now for both YCO and NotPrevium.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit require a miracle run for them to make it, and I'm really excited to they're the ones that have the most stakes right here in that game, right?
Yeah,
they need to score these points right now.
I mean, I'm always down for some exciting miracle runs, right? Huge fan myself, so I think we've seen yesterday that both of them are able to get in these big results, especially towards the end when it's getting really dicey. So they should be able to do it. And yeah.
Pressure must be immense on them, but we will see if it will crush them or turn them into metaphorical diamonds right here and upset the standings completely. It's gonna be exciting.
But with them being forced to rake in this top ones, or at least good top 2, top 3 finishes in this lobby. What do you think are their keys to victory to actually reach that point in the upcoming 2-3 games?
Well, first one would be finding a board that is strong enough to win streak straight until level 9, just like Little Bit Pro did. And barring some interference from something like that Ezreal with the Radiant Blue buff that was so scary, it should be doable to convert a win streak into a high top. But other than that, then it means finding win conditions through augments mostly.
Yeah. So we're gonna wait patiently the 2-1 augment selection to see what this game 4 has in store for us.
Yeah, looking like Shining Star going for the Sword Start. Yesterday I mentioned he was the one that played Velvet the most, and the Sword Start definitely appropriate for her because you want to get that Death Blade as a way to snowball your early game and then transition into the composition with the mech and the Aurelion Soul usually, and release the Rammus. That could be a good way to enable that.
Yeah, and as we just said, he's on 10 points, so he really wants to play for this first place finish. And Belvath is certainly a comp that could win, so I like the approach here. Going back to the roots, he's comfortable with that and also knows that he can be strong enough to win.
Yeah, for sure. And he had an uncharacteristic top 8 game 1, but then he managed to get his regular tempo finishes with top 5, top 4, top 3, and top 5 and top 4 rather. And so he's been steadily accruing his points, and if he keeps going at it, he could be reaching championship status rather quickly.
Yeah, so he did a quick admin check there as well.
Team-wide AP at the start of the fight.
Team-wide AP, so maybe looking towards more of a LeBlanc or Renegade setup in the end with this Infinity Edge. Certainly possible to approach the Jhin.
Mm-hmm.
However, right now he's gonna stick with this Silas pair, while we will see Sunfire, First Aid, and True Tooth as options for NotPreon.
Yeah.
Not quite the best for raking in top 1 finishes.
Yeah, Tutus is kind of a tempo augment, and we see first aid kit being picked in as a first augment, and that's really interesting because usually that's something that you want to get as its final augment once your composition here, once you already have the healing. But he's going on. I mentioned he needs a kind of a miracle run, and so he's taking a big risk, getting an impactful augment in the late game straight into the early game, and trying to get there to upset the balance.
Yes, very huge risk actually, and very unconventional as well, as he doesn't really have any shields to benefit off of it right now. Still decides to level and push some tempo. So this really looks like more of a desperation attempt rather than calm and collected approach to the game.
Oh yeah, well he definitely needs to gamble something, right? He needs 2 first places in a row to keep the tournament going. So I do not begrudge him his choice. He opts into the aggressive play, trying to capitalize off of his first hit in the late game by playing aggressively early on to reach that point. And we've seen some interesting spots. We've seen a 2-star Camille being hit in 2-1 with the Renegade Emblem. We've seen Yoroi going with the calculated loss, probably playing Lulu. And we see here the admin choice for Notre Dame, and I will be on the lookout to tell you what exactly he decided to go for, and scaling attack speed for the team.
Well, does make sense with the potential Hurricane he can build here.
Yeah.
Certainly a strong option there. However, for now, I believe he decides that he does not need to slam just yet, patiently waiting for the fight. So good decision here to see whether or not he needs to slam an item to win. And for this one, surely not.
Yeah, this one surely not, but if he comes across the likes of Shining Star, who has just hit a 2-star Rammus in 2-2, he would definitely need something to win the round. I'm not sure if it would be possible, but he does have a lot of damage.
Yeah. So I guess Shining is looking for his top 1 finish here, right? Starting hybriding early.
Yep. Definitely looking to compensate for that 8th place he took in game 1 and upset this a little bit. He will definitely be going strong early on. Hopefully he will keep that win streak to compensate for how expensive that Rammus is. For duelists.
And the Vayne pickup here. Really, really strong in this setup. Exactly what he was looking for. And he was kind of holding the Ashes here to keep his options alive as well, potentially looking for a Laser Corp opener. However, right now he decides with this Vayne, that's a good enough direction to go for it right now. And that will be his team going forward.
Oh, and he goes all-ins into the aggressive play and goes to level 5 to play the 4 duelist, which is just a better version of his admins, slams the rune in accordance to his aggressive play, and comes off against the 2-star Camille, and that's gonna be a slaughter. Must.
Yeah, the level push being really important here to take down this really strong Camille too, with Renegades already enabled. However, Hurricane for Duelist Vayne with the Blitzcrank 2 in the early game, certainly a bit unfair to face here.
Yeah, and it looks like he's heading strongly now towards the duelist direction. He has half the locket, which would be immensely boosted by the first aid kit. Certainly unconventional, but could it work?
Yep. And we can see potentially a Vayne pair here as well. But with the Sunfire attached to it, surely this will not go through to not be in. And we can see a Bramble Vest Ramos as well, which is also like just a supreme item for this unit.
Yeah, and I'm sure Shining Star would not balk at getting that Bramble Vest for his 2-star Rammus of his own. That would mean a lot of damage. It gets denied by Little Bit Pro, and not PM getting a Bramble Vest of his own if he so chooses. But not the items he was looking for, only a single rod on that carousel. And in order to play Duelist, that's not really what you'd want. And whilst
4 Kaisers already.
With the trade sector going and getting some overtime work here, that's gonna be really interesting. Has the static sheave too?
Yes, so he's gonna be broke for life, but I guess he will accept it, considering that he already hit most of his mid game carry. However, items for now are a bit awkward. He has to reforger, maybe he has to burn it, and the Shriek is a complete disaster. So while the Kaiser is 2, it's not as good as it looks.
Yeah, items are looking kind of good, and well, you know how the saying goes: you don't need economy if you just hit. But right now, it's looking like the economy is just shot to hell, and it takes down Clemu rather easily, but keeps going on the win-lose-win. Not ideal.
Yep. Camus looking comfortable on this lose streak, and we can see another no streak coming in here. So this kind of cements him not having a streak going into neutrals, while finding another Pantheon pair. Surely this is a strong board for now. However, if he builds this, he will never be able to make economy.
Yeah,
So,
tough choice here. Really, would you make it?
I guess I don't care about the Lee Sin and the Heart anyways, so I would just swap and then just sell the bench. However, the Annie does have value in itself, so kind of a tough choice here.
And opts to combine it and remove the second Kai'Sa from the board, not playing the Pantheon. Places the Cloak and faces off against Lobby Pro, who's making his best Wild CEO impression, playing 2 Sonas on board.
Yeah, and with him keeping this Heart units as well, surely he is not looking to pivot this Kai'Sa opener into yet another Sona game, especially not if he's seeing this opener by Little Bit Pro, right?
Yeah, maybe not, but what I know is that his economy is shot to hell. I don't know. Looks like he's expecting to play Kai'Sa here, but with how weak the combat's gotten, that's bound to be a little bit risky, no?
I mean, it still works quite well off of the back of Hold the Line and Rare 3-star then, like the Rel Carry Augment. But yeah, we have to wait for the Augment to see if he can hit that first. And then TF can always be a backup plan based off this itemization, right?
Yeah, but there's one big issue, no? Oh, well, I mean, if he keeps getting Kai'Sas like this, just like I said, econ doesn't matter. Oh,
the swords, man.
Once again, this is twice in a row we're seeing him just get sword after sword, and that's not what you want. Could he pivot into maybe, I don't know, Velvet or Soul or something?
I mean, we've kind of seen it in the first lobby as well, right? Where he was just flooded with swords while playing these AP compositions. So Mortok really wanting him to try out 80, it seems. Meanwhile, Jeroy hitting GP3.
Yeah, and being 3 off Lulu, but not even finding a second Gangplank. However, you remember what was on the YCO's bench? He had 7 Pantheons, right? So that means he's, really working against your Roy here.
But he should be fine losing a bit more here with the calculated loss, and if he finds the Ludo 3, he's fine with other frontline options as well. Luckily, the comp allows for some flexibility there.
Yeah, and the GP here doing a lot, a little bit too much maybe. He probably wanted to lose that one round.
Yeah, I was about to say, because holding this win streak will be really hard right now. So this is a really huge dip into his economy going forward in this stage. And these augments are also...
Well, featherweight's not too bad actually. With the 3-star GP, it means he's gonna be quite stable actually for a while.
Still a bit rough for him here. He maybe should look for a reroll for Axiom Arc there in this situation. However, featherweights should be alright. And as Jeroy only needs 1 point, he doesn't mind.
Yeah.
Picking up the featherweights. However, thinking about maybe potentially griefing the first place of the player who needs them, like Shining Star, right? Maybe you should roll for the Axiom Arc there.
Yeah, maybe you could go for that, but he decides to go for something that's good and not look for the best possible option here, which is certainly respectable. He does not need a first here. He just needs to get as many points as possible to secure a potential top 2 if he does not manage to get the final first place he needs. And we see ModPM having slammed the Sunfire and maybe not looking at a complete duelist game and maybe at a pivot after that one, no?
Yeah, and the first aid kit really being kind of a handicap here, right? Like playing 1 augment down and actually losing this fight to Jeroy, who off of this GP3 seems to stabilize quite a bit.
Yep, really kind of undervalued unit in that hard composition by a lot of players. But with the AP stacking from hard, GP, you have to remember that he has such an insane damage potential.
Yeah. I mean, Flaming Ricochet, while being heavily underplayed, still has its use cases, right? And it really shows
yeah.
here. Because this gangplank can just one-tap units, and that's immensely powerful if you combine it with a Lulu who can then quickly and get access to the backline.
Yeah, and it looks like while CEO has used his Reforger once and goes for double dips into economy augments trade sector into Rich Get Richer in a bid to hit that Kaisa 3 as early as possible, goes for the Ziggs. Crucially does not play it on a frontline unit, so that means that there will be some clumping for his composition, and not beyond just hit Vein 2 on the other side.
Yes, and this combination of augments really is a bit unfortunate for YCO, because the trade sector kind of grieves your economy, right? Because you're constantly buying out units. However, with Rich Get Richer, you don't really want to buy out any units because you want to get to the 70 gold ASAP to just rack in more income to go for one huge roll down in the end. So really interesting to see how this will turn out. But as he found a lot of Kaisers already, maybe he can put it together quickly and then just still econ heavily to reach level 9 sooner than later.
Yes, but crucially, he has not found any upgraded frontline unit despite the trade sector. So it's looking, in the line of Pandora's Bait, being the actual name of the augment. Here it's looking like a win trade sector. And that's you really doing more harm than good, I think.
Oh yeah, I like the win trade sector. I'll remember that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, meanwhile we can see on the top, Suso is still win streaking, Shining getting an echo with the cloak, so that's a really good frontline upgrade. And
I see.
Weapon Belveth, that's an instant classic.
Yep, makeshift armor, scoped weapon, gunblade titans, Belvet must be really scary to most of the lobby.
Yep. And Nordbrion here picking up Ascension, and together with the first aid kit in the late game, this could still be very, very scary actually, right? Because it doesn't necessarily look like he's committed to this duelist line.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to look towards transitioning, and if he manages to find, a Protector's Vow, maybe a Bloodthirster for a Garen, and he can definitely make use of this shield and heal multiplier to reach the Ascension threshold consistently and then just win out from here. But it's going to be quite tough because he's dropping an HP right there, and he's kind of far from this item.
Yeah, and thinking about hero augments in 4-2, which are quite likely as well, right? Garen support augment is actually wonderful together with this first aid kit. So he does have a clear out, but it's quite far for him to reach.
Yeah, and meanwhile we go back to Yoroi, and he's made some progress there. We see the Lee Sin 5, we see 6 Pantheons actually rather, from only three rounds earlier, and 7 Lulus, so he's not too low on HP just yet, so it's not looking too bad. He just needs to find that Lulu item, I think.
Yeah, frontline items are online, so that's looking good already. However, the Lulu still needs more item if he wants to continue to display strength going forward in stage 4.
Yeah, what item would you prioritize for this Lulu going forward?
Well, since the heart is already stacking the AP, right, you're really looking for either spell crit or a gunblade to allow you to stack even further. Yeah. However, another option would be a Giant Slayer if you don't get the rods, because you will attack the frontline first, right? So taking that down should be what you're looking for as well.
Yeah, it's just a different way of multiplying the AP you get off of the heart. And we see here just being one of 3-star Lulu, probably going to go for one big roll down to try and hit Pantheon as well at the same time, and leveling to play the 4 heart. He is about to reach the moment when his composition just becomes tremendously powerful.
One small optimization here, he did decide to buy his shop, and now his bench is full and he can't really pick up these orbs, right? And potentially there would have been a Lulu 3 in the orb, which he couldn't know now.
And now the sword curse strikes again, and here's the Giant Slayer if he so chooses. And he
That's
does.
Quite good.
Yep. quite good. Pantheon's
Oh.
coming really quickly now, and four rolls, 3 Pantheons. That has to feel
man.
good. Now he
I was about to ask, like, do you even roll for this Pantheon? Because
yeah.
you're 3 off and it might be a bit expensive, but if you only need like 4 rolls, surely you go for it.
Yeah, no, he definitely needed that Pantheon 3 right now, because if he doesn't have him, he's just going to lack the front line needed to have his balls take over. And meanwhile, we see a little bit pro with quite the board, honestly.
Yeah. Learning here from YCO, going for that Sona carry and vertical hard. So however, no underground and no power grid yet. So quite missing some strength to take down this Lulu, even though it's very close.
Very, very close. And thankfully, your Roy got the Pantheon 3, and we get legendary augments. You know what that means for the half player, right?
Oh yeah, it's time for empowered reserves. Though what I've heard is that in this Lulu composition, Partners in Crime is actually stronger, especially if you don't have the Gunblade yet. Because you are not looking to build up your bench here, you're looking to level up now. So the Syndra is not really doing that much for you, especially when you consider that you have lots of base AP stacking up through the trade. However, having access to the Syndra early is certainly still very, very strong. So this pick certainly can be ratified here.
And we see Northern going for yet another greedy play, going for Shiny Urgot right here, trying to really gamble his way into a top 1, and he places him in the front line. I'm not sure that the wisest. Can he get the cast off? Gets the tier on him to guarantee it, and then he gets 2 chests, but that's not gonna be enough, I believe.
No, you just place him in the front line. It's his way to guarantee the cast, right?
Yes.
In this matchup, it probably didn't matter because he's going to lose anyways, and it takes some time for the hard units to scale up. So he would have casted, but nevertheless, per default, he doesn't know his enemy. I like the approach here, going for the first Wraith.
Yeah, he knows what he needs and goes for the high risk, high reward potential play. The risk being that the Urgot could get chain CC'd into not casting, but here we see CO having also hit the empowered reserves, and it's much better for him than it is for Yoroi, right?
Yes. So this is what you're looking for here, right? Because this Kai'Sa is an AP carry, but she doesn't get access to any sort of flat AP. And usually you don't want to build the Archangel or the Rabadons, even though they are very good items on her, because you're really looking for that Gunblade and its static shift, and that kind of leaves you with a bit too few options for leftover itemization. So perfect pickup here for YCO.
Yeah, and really powerful. And Syndra with the 4-star Guardians is going to be end up sending a lot of units on the board. But we also see Shining start racking the chests in, and the lobby might just grow too powerful too quickly for the rest of the players to follow.
Yeah, and Shining having a lot more HP to his disposal than Notrian, and he plays for the first place finish as well, right? So this Shiny looks a bit more promising on this side. So certainly something to look out for going forward.
Yep, I'd like to go back to the discussion on the Heart and the Empowered Reserves. I was actually looking more at Not in Vain as a really good augment. I really believe it's underutilized, and because the Syndra just with the extra starting mana just casts instantly, sends one more unit on the board, gives you a lot more time to stack Heart, and also she just starts casting so quickly with the each death increasing her attack speed. And we see finally the Locket coming in for Not-Pion, but
that's a bit late.
Too little, too late. We're lacking in damage. We're lacking, well, we have some big beefy boys in the front line, but is that going to be enough?
Yeah, and Vayne is still not waiting for a third damage item, and we do have this first aid kit that's finally being utilized thanks to this Locket and the Aatrox too, however, without any other items. This surely can't be enough against the Spellveth too.
Yeah, the Spellveth is just gonna rip through the entire board of Not-Pion and probably sealing him, sending him to an early grave in this game, falling down in stage 4-5. Yep, we can definitely see the lack of damage is really being felt against this Laser Core Belvet composition that is looking so strong, and he also crucially has Shiny, so it's looking like we are in a Disney movie with a giant crab singing about shinies.
Yeah, but one crab has actually sung his last song.
Yep. Well,
However,
there.
Suso certainly looking to win the lobby, but a little bit pro here on this hard composition is struggling to find his Viego, it seems, to get the 6 hearts going, playing the hard jacks, not being able to trigger the trade.
Yeah, and Little Bit Pro is facing off against the major problem for the hard composition in this set. Is that you need to find a way to generate frontline because the units from hard composition, we used to have cleansing safeguard, but that's been rightfully taken down a peg or 20, and now you can see it melts under the sun.
Yep. And the Econ Augmenter of the TF not helping here, as the Pantheon 3 and the Lulu 3 are just too strong for him right now.
Yeah, it goes down to 14 HP, so 2 lives if he gets a good enough loss. But how does he increase the strength of his board?
Yeah, I mean, he does have the economy, and he does have a clear increase in board strength with Viego and 6 hearts. However, this Jax is doing nothing right now besides being another body in this already, let me say, quite numerous frontline without any real good options. So he should look to replace this Jax at a Viego, and then maybe on 8 find like some sort of CC to be able to allow his team to scale up.
Yep, definitely needs to find that Viego right now, or else he will just go down, and needs to find the 3-star Sona as well. Here it is.
There it is.
We see the rundown coming on. We see an Aatrox decides to skip him, despite having potentially one additional slot. He decides that it's too expensive simply, and finds the 2-star Viego, but not a single Sona. Crucially, we are seeing a disaster. Honestly, for Little Bit Pro, gonna get another item for this Twisted Fate, but we are playing 6 hearts, but we cannot extend the duration of the fight, actually.
Yeah, and TF with this Augment, right, he looks to snowball off of it. However, without even Duelist being active, he's just not having the attack speed to make use of the AP and not generating enough gold, so he looks a bit weak here, as Xuso is still continuing his rampage.
Continuing his rampage and doubling down on getting all the chests from that Urgot with the Archangel play put on him, and I really love that play. So it speaks of a really great confidence, and he also takes Shining Star down to 4 HP, down to his last life, despite that 2-star Urgot. That's probably not enough as a damage dealer.
Yeah, and we could see that he had quite a strong early game. However, he did not manage to stabilize once again. And picking up Shiny here, it looks like it just wasn't enough, as he hasn't found a damage dealer, right? He has the Windy Jenna and the Urgot, but the Urgot alone is just not good enough here.
Yep, single target damage at this point in the game is just not gonna be enough DPS, and we can see here it's been a long time since we've seen Wild CEO, but he's looking quite strong. He's been win streaking, has the 2-star Nico, 2-star Garen, has the Misfortune, and is looking like he wants to rip through Shining Star composition.
Yeah, and these upgrades are really what YCO needs.
Because 3 items dies.
Yeah.
Sad. Oh my god.
Another huge question.
Oh, that's hurt my soul as a complete. When you're going for the gamble on the shiny, that's really what you wanted to see right before dying. You wanted that one round before.
But yeah, I mean, it is a win more augment, right? And win more means you need to be in a winning position, and that just was not true for Shining and Nordpion here, as they have not found a good carry. We can see it being better implemented in Xuso's board, who's still streaking. However, Jeroy is certainly looking to end its streak, but first it's Clemel on the shopping board here for the Lulu.
Yeah, and we can see the Bloodthirster on the GP that I really like. I mentioned how strong he was, and look at him taking Twisted Fate apart. One more shot should do it, and doesn't even need it, just cures him in the face, takes down the Sona with one more blow, and Clemel will just go down to that mighty pirate.
Yeah, like Lulu as well, safe in the backline, taking out the front end item, allowing the GP to get into the backline early and just chipping away at this vein. So Jeroy managing to find a really good position off of this, well, I would say mediocre opening.
Yeah, well,
Alright.
it did not look too good, but Lulu's composition is, as I mentioned, the featherweight's not half bad, especially with that early gank, the 3-star Gangplank. He really is the one benefiting the most from the increased movement speed that allowed him to just sneak into the backline. But now we see Babe being on the edge of death with the 5 Renegade Eclipse Prime comp.
Yeah, and we did see him pick up the Renegade spat in the early game, which usually is like kind of a gamble, but he hit the Camille too early to stabilize. And right now he's sitting on 5 Renegades, looking quite strong thanks to the Eclipse Prime being picked up as the hero augment.
Is he strong enough to take down Zuso and his high-cost army with probably, a lot more items? Every time we see him, the number of items he's gotten is much more than what he's got on Carousel. That Urgot is paying dividends, but not in this fight, though, as Diego takes him down right away, prevents him from casting at all.
Yeah, but the Urgot may not fish for treasure in this fight, but he has found a Stingray much earlier, and the Stingray is just ripping through the team of Babe, taking him down to like 1 HP or 2.
Yep, 2 HP, but good enough for Babe to survive one more round. Here, Roy being struck down by Wild CEO. Both brought down to their last leg, despite the 2-star Syndra that came in and the Alistar that came into play. We see Yoroi taken to 6 HP, gonna face off against, sorry, I'm losing my... No, going against Babe.
Oh, going against Babe. Oh, it's Spicy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, fighting for 3rd and 4th place. It's gonna be down to the wire. What's your prediction?
So I'm pretty sure that Jiroi should be able to get through these units as they're not too tanky. However, Eclipse Prime can be quite a grief.
Eclipse Prime being quite good against low amounts of damage. I don't think it's quite suited to tanking out against that high damage hard composition, because when the damage comes, it's in the form of these laser beams from Lulu, which feel like more like orbital lasers, and Gangplank has switched his gun for a rocket launcher.
Yeah, GP standing strong, YCO meanwhile dropping to Suso as well, who remains on 98 HP, and it's just like a commanding position he's in right now. Really playing dominance to this lobby and looking to take the lead going into the potential last game next lobby.
Look at that win streak, 18 rounds in a row. You mentioned Shiny being a win more augment, right? Look at what it has given him.
Yeah. Like, that's just so many items. Like, at this point, he's starting to look for itemization on his 3rd carry. So, really, really rough. Also sitting on way too much gold. Like, he can almost naturally go to 9 here and still roll like 40 gold. That's just unfair.
A massive pile of gold, finds another Urgot, finds the 2-star Urgot with Archangels, and that, my friends, is going to bring in the money. He probably has some nice song ringing through his ears right now, thinking about all of that economy. Add on top the windy weather, Chana. Let's get some more AP. Let's get going.
Windy weather, Archangels Urgot, and some hard units to provide you with some gold. So let's see what the wave is doing. However, he doesn't even get to cast, as this Belveth and Warwick just destroyed Roy here before Urgot even gets a chance to cast.
Yep, the Edge of Night buying a second of reprieve, but not enough. And World CEO honestly looked like he had a disastrous stage 2, but manages to find the way to win, to get 2nd place here. Finds the 3-star Nila, which is gonna leave some open spots in his bench, sadly, for the AP, but still more important than the 2 units.
Yep. And we can see, right, we discussed briefly how these double econ augments that might be contradicting each other can actually grief you. However, if you hit the Kaiser 3 on time, and if you get the really good combat augment here that gives you all your necessities, and you hit your items naturally, right, this is not a hindrance for good performance. However, this fight is looking a bit more harder than the other one.
Yeah, is that gonna be enough? Because Suso is not only racked all the chests in the world, but he also has the level 9, has the upgraded legendaries. But for now, the Kaisa still prevails. 1 life to go, only 60 more to go for Suso to fall down. He is so healthy. He's gonna probably fray at the nerves of YCO.
Surely YCO can do this like 5 more times, right? Because I believe that's what he needs.
Yeah, at least 5 more times in a row without dropping a single round. But that Echo with the TG giving him Warmong's and Brumbledest looks determined to give him one more win at least.
So, what are you actually doing as YCO here? Because your board is looking pretty kept. Do you think about your bench here?
Yeah, I guess the only thing left for him is, well, 2-star Syndra and replacing all the low-cost units on his bench exclusively by useful units, something that gives CC, most likely.
Yep.
So that Syndra only sends high-quality units that would allow him to keep winning against that board. But the Belvest this time being left alone for quite a while. Is she going to be able to do it? No, she gets shot in the face by it.
However, Suso found another Rabadon's based off the shiny Urgot, and there would be a Mordekaiser too for him. So I would question, does he give up on this Urgot and just place the Mordekaiser 2 to one-shot this board by YCO?
I mean, he could just afford to wait 2 more rounds and keep farming on some new items with shiny, right? Surely,
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
with such an HP buffer, he can afford it. However,
why is he still playing this Renekton?
exactly, you're taking the words from me. I believe that's because of the 4 brawlers and the admin that's been doing a lot for him. But I think it's time to say goodbye to that. Time to play some legendary units. And yeah, he goes for it, takes 1 brawler out, keeps the Renekton for that 3 laser that's probably not doing much.
Now he added this Mordekaiser, but will it cast? As the onset is quite heavy, Syndra throws a unit on top of him. The cast goes through though, and the backline almost disappears. Still remains though. Bev is still untouched here. Nyla's still in the front line as well as the Scarron, so the Belvet once again is stuck.
Yep. And the Urgot, despite giving a lot of chests, was not on the proper side to disturb that Kaisa. He was just on the misfortune side and did not accomplish as much as you'd wanted to. And here's another 2-star Fiddle 6. Surely the Laser Corp is not worth the investment. However, he has makeshift armor. Okay, opts to break it from the Garen. Wise, I believe, keeping slots open on the Blitzcrank. This board is getting scarier by the second.
And surely he will be able to find something to win one fight here in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, this time the Urgot's on the proper side, which means the Kaisa is going to be taken forward and into the Mordekaiser she will go. Will that be enough? Not quite yet. We're missing 1 item on Mordekaiser, I believe, to take the Kaisa down, but that means Zuso falters once more, and while CEO is really looking to come back in that finals.
Yeah, and we kind of already touched the Archangel on the Urgot, right? So it might be time for it to go now, as this Mordekaiser really needs to get in some one-shots on the backline there, as he tries to min-max the PvE round, which I believe is not possible anymore.
Yeah, I believe it is not indeed possible anymore, but you know what? I still do the same. A wild hope that through some glitch in the matrix, you get 1 chest. It's old habits die hard, I guess.
After the 8.5 experience, you're that confident in bugs that you just go for it anyways.
Yep. It's definitely the experience, but here we see him picking up everything that is golden.
Can we please sell this Urgot so you can find another one?
Yeah. Here is a 6th Mordekaiser probably gonna go, right over the 2nd Urgot. And
no. Please. This Archangel.
Nope. Once more into the fray for Urgot, we're gonna give the Thieves' Gloves to the 2nd Mordekaiser. Well, I mean, 2nd Mordekaiser, maybe that time's gonna be enough, and we'll take the Kaiser
huge
down.
shroud there.
Huge shroud. First Mordekaiser will barely get to cast, but the direction's not right. Kaisa is still alive. However, is that gonna be enough?
Actually
And there it is. There it is. Enough legendaries on board.
So yeah, the Garen can withstand one house breaking apart above him, but two houses are too much. So Garen falls, and with that, the backline is free for Balbat to pick apart, and Xuso takes still, I would say, rather convincing win here, even though YCO did make him run for his money in the end.
Yeah, he did make him bleed, but in the end, he prevails with that massively, let's call it like it is, high roll early game. The Belvet came in so early with the scoped weapons, allowing him to just plow through the entire lobby. And with that, YCO actually gets close to the checkmate as well, and we have 5 players in position to win it all next game.
Yeah, a little bit pro, crucially picking up the 7th plate there to just put him in range as well. So let's snap some air and refresh ourselves for this, what will be very exciting next games.
Yeah, that's the one that could be the final one. I hope we get many more. I will hope the 3 players that are not in a checkmate position take the first place so that we keep some of the excitement going for longer and longer. And we see the players being brought to the brink of exhaustion, and that's when the grit and the guts will really shine through. But we will have to see for that right after this short break.
Yeah. The climax is approaching as we are closing in on what could be the last game of this finals of UEM. And we've just seen an exciting game with Xuso taking a commanding victory, even though YCO tried to take it away from him in the last seconds. And with that, Kenobi, let's take a look at the standings.
Yeah, let's take a look. And we see now Xuso having taken the first place in points, but most crucially, you see the 5 players that have reached the checkmate point. And if any one of these 5 players get a first place, then that will be the end. They will be crowned the champion of all students from EMEA. But there's still hope for the other 3.
Yeah, YCO Shining and Nordprian, with some first place finishes, they can prolong this tournament. However, there is no room for error anymore, as if they don't manage to win this lobby, one of the other guys will take it home with them. And with that, well, all the fame and glory, as well as the prize money as well.
Yeah, and with that, I believe that the players are ready and raring to go for this 5th game, where they are bound to be under more and more pressure, and the exhaustion from the 2-day competition might start to seep in.
Yeah, and with that, 5 players closing in. Do you think we will see another game after this, or is someone taking it home this game? What do you think?
Well, if there was one player to upset the standings and score a first place without being in checkmate position, then it has to be YCO. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah, he's certainly used to playing for first place, so he should be looking for it again. And maybe if he manages to find these 3-star units without having to pick double econ augment, it may be enough this time, as we see game 5 approaching.
Yeah, and we get into a full offensive carousel once again. So it's going to be really interesting. No defensive itemization to begin with. So the players looking to play for the win streak will have to make do without having a stronger frontline this time.
Yeah. And we see another sword start here in combination with the Blitzcrank. So quite a decent setup if you're looking for Laser Corps. Rel as well, decent early game unit.
Yeah, and we mentioned Wild Seal, but not beyond, despite having had a rough day, is not out of the competition. That's what's good about the championship format, the checkmate rule, meaning that if he gets consistent top 1s from now, he will take it home.
Yes. And YCO, we just talked about, he needs this first place to prolong the series while getting in range as well. And Lulu may be a way to do it. However, with this bow and this cloak, like Hurricane is not the item you want to see there.
Yeah, keeping his options alive though could be the Dragon's Claw for Pantheon, but right now it's looking more and more like a duelist thought with that Gangplank and that 2-star Kale coming in.
I mean, from all we know, this could also be a Power Grid Zona game. He already has 1 out of 3 underground.
Yeah, that's very true. He's played the Sona without the blue buff earlier yesterday with a static and a green Zeus, showing true mastery over the competition, not being stuck into one single itemization.
Yeah, I think he actually played it on top of a blue buff yesterday. Like Genzus Rage played blue buff, just mana battery there.
Oh, with the blue buff as the 3rd item, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the order anymore, but he did have all 3 of them. And we see 2-1 hero augments.
2-1 hero augments, 2-2-1, so that means...
Surely he will go for the underground here, right?
That would be typical of him, and you can see him hesitating over it. Does he take that gamble? No,
he refuses. Skip, interesting. Time and a half in this position.
Yep, time and a half would be does not opt into it. Maybe because he does not have a soul, despite it giving him the silver pair, and he hits the Ezreal in the shop. You probably must be feeling slightly bad about that.
Yeah, your cut, however, is still a very strong option and can snowball quite out of control. We could see that he already has the Pike pair. However, now we can see Nordprion opting for a win streak opener here, having the AD itemization. So this is looking quite strong for Laser Corps. He slams the Edge of Night, and with the Blitzcrank Cook, this should be quite strong.
Yeah, and the reason for the Edge of Night Slam is that the admin he has is start of combat. Your admins gain 40% attack speed, meaning that it's it's perfect for what Warwick wants to do. The only issue with that game plan is that slamming the Edge of Night in the early game kind of does nothing.
Well, maybe there will be some surprises like pikes approaching your backline, so then the KO is safe at least. We could see Shining picking up the second pike augment we saw.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Xuso is looking to contest the Laser Corps game plan here.
Yeah, with that Wukong, once again talking about cosplays, that Wukong wishes he was a wolf instead of a monkey, and he will be the one holding the Warwick items until Xuso finds something better.
Yeah, however, Laser Corps already online, Renekton upgraded, and the Blitzcrank on bench. This certainly is looking promising for him. However, as he needs to play for first place, I have to question, though, if this is good enough of a setup to play for a win here.
Well, what's the win condition for Laser Corp is what we need to be asking ourselves.
Yeah, and it would be Mordekaiser 2-star and 6 Laser Corps, so yeah.
Yeah, if the Mordekaiser gets enough items, then what the opponent builds does not matter, as he would just wipe the entire map with that huge building. And in the meantime, we see Shining Star with your cut, maybe ready to get some of that Renegade action going, right?
Looking like it. Obviously, you can also approach mascot compositions here, and the gargoyles would be very strong for that. And then hacker compositions are another option as well, because Pyke just fits in naturally with all these different compositions. However, Pyke is heavily contested. I think we've 3 players on Pyke augments right now. So rerolling this may be a bit hard, as we see Clemo also rocking the Spike augment, who is probably also looking for a Jhin here.
Yeah, with the small game hunter, it's quite different because your cut allows you to, play reroll versions. So maybe mascots could be also hackers. We know the players have played it occasionally, but with the small game hunter, it is harder and more often than not used for the Jhin.
Well, as our players are looking for a win here, what would be something that would allow you to play this your cut into win condition if you're not able to reroll the slow cost units? As we see Pyke with a duplicator there. Holy, and a tier.
Pyke with a tier and a duplicator, but it's not gonna stay long in this carousel. Shining Star will have to watch it slip out of his grip.
But
sadly.
That's so perfect for YCO, right? He's playing your cut as well, and this can be so huge of him. We saw that he already has the Pyke pair, so this will be Pyke 2, and this duplicator can kind of be greeted to look for potential 3-star units. So he should be really happy as well with this tier, making his Pyke cast just infinitely more.
Wait, yes, and we just saw the potential for a 2-star Nar on the North European board. It looks like I'm not seeing the notification in the top right corner. It looks like he's not picking it up, despite
he's skipping it. But I think that's actually good.
Yeah, it would be quite expensive, despite it wearing the Edge of Night really well. Shining Star once again has a 2-star Rammus in stage 2.
The king of early Ramos too.
Yeah, he's made a friendship pact with this small ball of hatred that is Rammus.
Small ball of hatred.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he's just okay with everything and not hating on anything. So
I was looking at the name of the animal, but I don't know it in English, so that's why I kind of petered out in the end.
Oh, isn't that armadillo or something?
Oh,
right?
It is an armadillo. Yeah. Thanks.
Not so sure, because in German we would call it something like belt animal, if we translate it literally. So, yeah.
In French, that would be a tattoo.
A tattoo?
Yes, sounds the same as a tattoo in English, but does not mean the same at all. And while CEO at home once more.
Oh my god, he already found 5 pikes here, and the duplicator is still going strong. He slammed the bow in hopes for a bit more rerolls. However, having this underground in here, highest level 2, and still 10 gold on the bench, level 5, this is looking very promising suddenly, if you can hold the streak, and surely Xuso should be strong enough.
Oh yeah, Exuso will have no problem taking him down. And YCO looking like to a repeat of his performance on mascots every time he's played it yesterday. Well, 2 times he's played it yesterday. It has led him to taking first place, I believe. So looking for a repeat of that performance with the underground and the Your Cut to help him skyrocket himself ahead of the competition once he decides to stop losing.
Also giving up this Narcissus 2-star just to hold one more Malphite, as he recognizes for winning the lobby. The Narcissus is not that impactful. However, Malphite 3 certainly is. And we've seen that yesterday where Xuso hit the Malphite 3, and I believe it was 3-1, right?
3-1, yes. Indeed. The question is, he needs to be careful, and he's not. You can tell he's lost to the Krugs before because he does not make the mistake of keeping the undergrounds in because it does not matter at all.
This is how you can recognize professional underground players. They recognize the strength of the neutrals.
Yep. I have been on the wrong side of the strength of the Krugs with their healing, giving some nasty results.
Yep, and we can see taking some time to kill these as the ward is not that strong. Some more gold coming in, I guess not what he wants to see. However, this Shojin surely is what he wants to see on the pike.
Yeah, it looks like I'm hoping, to be completely honest, that he commits the Shojin to the pike because it really looks like he, with the bow that he slammed on it, that he is counting on this pike to carry him up until the point where he gets the 3 stars.
Yes, and pike 3 is certainly a carry option, right?
Oh yeah.
This guy can one-shot some backlines, so actually investing items on him when you're already this far into pike 3 is a very good idea, and I quite like the build here.
Yep, the confidence is shining through. He knows the way to win this game is through the 3-star pike in the early game, and Yeroy must not be the happiest to see that because he probably wants to play that pike as well, considering he is keeping 2 LeBlancs with that Immortal Blitzcrank in the front line.
Yes, so very strong approach here as well, staying a bit flexible with the Giant Slayer, so not necessarily forced to play this LeBlanc. However, for now, it certainly looks very strong. He has not decided to invest a duplicator yet. So we can see Greed is going strong in this lobby.
Yeah, and we can see some interesting choices. The preparation, I mean, since he's going to be waiting and, well, actually preparing his mascots could definitely be an option. Get some of that flat AP stats and HP on top of his mascots, but also the Ancient Archive could allow him to hit the 6th mascot earlier if he manages to hit it.
Yes, but hitting the 6 mascot threshold is absolutely crucial. And it looks like he decides he will just natural the Nunu on level 7 with all his pike rerolls.
And we're just one off
against it. However, prepping all these units with the rerolls certainly works out fine for him for now.
Yeah, less risky.
2 more.
Yeah, it is a less risky choice, right? Because if he takes the Ancient Archive and misses, then he's left with nothing. Whereas here, he's guaranteed to get some stats, and that if that pike gets to 3-star, gets some additional AD and AP, because since the backline units are not too tanky, he can just kill them through auto attacks, right?
Yes, and while it is important that you play a bit greedy to enable you to finish first place here, you also have to recognize when you're in a position that should be strong enough to take it home with conservative plays as well. And with all these pikes coming in, this is certainly a situation that may be approaching here for YCO.
Yeah, and we see him should be refusing that cash. That's rather obviously because he cannot make himself stronger right now anyway, so he might as well keep going for one more, and 19 gold is not going to be what enables him to win that game anyway. And we see another underground player in Little Bit Pro with the scoped weapons Belvet, but the items, what do you think?
Yeah, Last Whisper, we already discussed that, right? But having the scope weapons, he has the range, so he can kind of slam on the Last Whisper, and that's fine. And then he gets some survivability without the hero augment for the Belvath to get some sustain. So I quite like that. However, he does still need damage now, and he should really be looking for Hurricane off of this cloak, or maybe even picking up like a Giant Slayer.
Yeah, the Giant Slayer, Titan's Result, there are a lot of options for that Velvet, but right now what's for certain is that she is not able to go through this Grand Challenge Fiora. That is quite exciting. Honestly, quite possibly one of my favorite hero ones here.
Yeah, really looking for that huge Fiora that's just unkillable. However, finding all the components for that comp is quite difficult. So yeah, really exciting to see why Babe ends up here, as Fiora 3 is not enough to win for certain.
Yeah, no, you need to hit her quite early to prolong that strength. But 2-star Fiora early on in the game, however, is quite a menace because she's a one-woman army in and of herself. She does so much damage every 4 hits. And if he manages to find the items for her, she might just take him to the end game. And we see he has a spatula as well, which is quite auspicious.
Yeah, and with pushing some tempo here, you might actually get rewarded because everyone is playing greedy and you can do some damage. So if you can kill everyone before they hit their spikes, you can be the last one laughing here, especially if you're already sitting on 6 Fioras.
Oh, my word, Clemu, with a small deviation from the Jin game plan, finds a 2-star Velvet with 34 gold left to spare and a lot of upgrades on his board. He must be quite terrifying to see for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Rich get richer really paying off here, allowing him to grow quite a bit and find a really good board for now. However, without the items coming in, this Morgana and Kaiser 2 duo is looking quite strong. However, dodging for now.
And slamming the sword for Shining Star on Kaisa will not be the deal breaker. To be fair, I don't think having slammed it at the start of the round would have made a difference since Kaisa has such a low base AD.
Yeah, like AD and Kaiser, it's like the fakest thing. I don't know if you remember, but Lucky Gloves used to be bugged for Kaiser. So in the Recon set where you were building TGs quite regularly, you sometimes picked up Lucky Gloves, and then your Kaiser kept rolling AD items actually. Oops. So Lucky Gloves was actually a nerf to Recon Kaiser.
Yep. And we see the Zonias and oh wait, that's actually not half bad. The Zonias on that pike can enable him to just cast and cast and cast, and suddenly every round we are looking at what 2 or 3 free rolls if he just keeps going.
Yes, so the high is certainly paying off here, whereas getting 2 very potent items and the Death Defiance as well. If he gets the 6 mascots, having a Malphite 3, for example, with this Death Defiance can be nearly unkillable. So really, really good cash out here for YCO.
Can he kill that Fiora though? She is regenerating and taking down the units one by one. Pike gets off 1 more cast and will take Babe down. And he is one of Pike 3 opts to not duplicate him right now, which is quite nice. And we get a quickest silver, and that's pretty good.
So good.
We mentioned she needs some damage, and not being CC'd is in and of itself a strength. And the stats from the quickest silver, it's a lot of armor, but also a lot of crit and attack speed now.
So now you're basically guaranteed that your Belveth will be able to stack up until the end of the fight, and then over the scaling damage, she should be able to decide the fight. However, to reach that stage, you now need to heavily invest in frontline. But with these 2 swords being dropped and the spatula being open, this doesn't look like the frontline Little Bit Pro needs here.
So because he's keeping his economy up right now, does that mean he's looking to go level 8 next round and forego the 3-star Vi?
He is kind of close, but the items are not there yet, so it's kind of a hard decision. So it will be interesting to see what he decides to do. Meanwhile, we can see he decides to duplicate the Pike here. Yeah. Pike 3-star coming in, 1 Malphite off. However, he's still missing that very important 6 mascot spike.
Yeah, he's missing the Jin, most crucially. That's the 1 unit he's missing. He's playing 2 Malphites right there, and Viego, who I believe is just a placeholder for now.
Yep. Certainly item holding for the Malphite until he hits the 3-star stage. And this next augment will be really crucial because you can see the power is just not there for this 4 mascot setup.
Yeah. He really needs some more damage because that Pike is working overtime, and we're gonna see the amount of free rolls
That's a
that he will
roll.
be getting. That has to be a roll because he really need that mascot.
Okay,
And
it's game over.
this is absolutely tragic. What do you go for?
Oh,
Do you go
no.
for the cybernetic shell?
I mean, you can go shell, right? The
Big friend,
armor,
right?
the armor is okay, but yeah, I was about to say that Big Friend is very good here. You have the 3-star unit, so this is an alright option. However, right now, what he really needs is somehow survive the next 2 fights to get maybe a lucky Nunu of Carousel, because otherwise, I'm fairly certain that he will fall shortly.
Okay, be honest with me. How likely is he to survive until Carousel?
Oh, I'm giving it like 20% odds. I haven't seen his matchups and how they invested the gold yet. However, Clemel still has the Belvath too. He hasn't found any items yet, but the unit is still quite scary. However, Pike nails the stun though.
But Pikes loses his cast due to, I believe, the Morgana stunning him right at the proper time. But Velvet is down, and it looked like quite a convincing loss. Clemus sitting on top of a huge pile of gold. I believe he might be on the 70.
Wait,
Yeah,
he has the
70.
bow open. Why is he not slamming this RFC?
I'm not too sure, but he is for sure waiting for that carousel, sitting on 70 gold and 30 out of 56 EXP. So he will be looking to hit everything next round, and
So
not
he's
just 1 or 2 upgrades.
Yeah. He's probably looking for a Jin pivot then, right? If he's not slamming the RC.
For sure.
Oh.
And
So really interesting to see, because there are lots of Pike players in this lobby, right? There should be some Virgos out of the pool, so it's not an easy task to hit, but certainly the higher cap from his position.
Yeah, and we can see Little Bit Pro here having rolled down, found an Urgot, but sadly and crucially no 2-star Belvet. So can she do it? She is gonna get stunned by the Pike, despite the silver, due to how Pike's stun works. If you are at the end of the line, it is hard-coded that you will get stunned no matter what.
Yeah, fix in the next patch, rather not in this one. And Vaisio manages to survive, and maybe he can pick up the spatula. However, I believe he doesn't have an open belt, so he has to take. Yeah, he has to take this rod just, right? Because if he greets more, he's just gonna die regardless. So might as well just harrow the Nunu at this point.
Yeah, and we just saw an Urgot on Carousel, and I believe that would have been Urgot 2-star for Little Bit Pro, but he opted into the Tactical Crown instead, which is understandable, but still must have been a hard choice to make.
Yeah, for sure. But this means he now is able to find his Belvet too, as he decides to pop off the Death Blade, not risking to lose the Radiant QSS here due to RNG, and starting to look towards Warwick as a secondary carry. And this scope weapon, Belvet Warwick duo carry, is a composition we have seen plenty of times so far, and we know how strong it can be.
Yeah, the Hollis spot is finding some frontline. Most of the time it is the mech that is coming through, but not this time. The Unrelenting Force 5 will have to be the standing for the mech, but as you can see right now, she just gets obliterated by the opponent Belvet. But can she take down the rest of the composition? It looks like it's no.
Yeah, and we can see Suso, he found the Laser Corpse Heart, so that's his win condition. However, he has to carry a Belvath for now, and his Belvath certainly is a lot weaker than this Jeweled Lotus Scope Weapon Belvath, the Radiant item that Little Bit Pro is rocking here.
Yeah, and we're taking a quick look at the admins, and looks like there's nothing for the team in and of itself. And so while we have a small pause here, this admin is going to be quite disappointing, I believe.
So yeah, as Jeroy is quickly swapping his connections, so I guess he's doing a reconnect here.
Yep.
Who do you think is actually in the best position to win this lobby?
Well, I believe while CEO, despite the fact that he could end up taking it home, is too low on HP. A single bad round is gonna spell the end of it. So I'm not holding my breath for him to take the first place. And we have to keep in mind that Shining Star and not Pion are the hopes for the rest of the lobby to not be over. So can Shining Star do it? It's looking doubtful. He's in quite the rough spots, has only one Jin, 30 gold left.
Yeah.
And as we
Although,
see the game
We
resuming.
will continue now, right?
Yep, and Shining
So
Star
let's
is not.
see what
not-
Shining can do here. He's configuring his admin, but certainly that won't be relevant as he's kind of stuck in this level 7 Renegade setup. However, he's missing all the pieces that are holding it together for stage 5. So
Yeah, I believe the admin is just a visual bug. It's the. Yeah, it's all right, and we're gonna get rid of that. But Shining Star is yet looking like he's the one at the short end of the stick when it comes to playing Jin and Renegades overall. The one with the least success of the Pike augments thus far, with the Ascension giving him a lot of damage. However, he is just gonna fall short with these 3 components on bench.
yes, and while Pike can stun the Belva through the QSS, the rest of the units cannot, so she prevails. Shining Star, Harsh Loss, and Babe is also looking to be eliminated rather quickly here.
Yeah, he's still sitting second in the lobby, but do not let the appearances fool you. He on 41 HP can go down in as little as 3 rounds if things go particularly bad. And that sure is not the scariest one I've seen.
Okay, so what's the silver lining here for Shining Star? Because he does have some gold, and he needs to win the lobby. So do you just go to level 8 regardless and just say you're gonna hit this Jin in like 10 gold?
Yeah, you don't really have a choice, do you? If you hit, even if it's on level 7, it's simply not gonna be enough. And we see once again the swords keep dropping and dropping. But here we see the level 8 with 20 gold, finds the 2-star Jin, finds an Aatrox, and we're still missing 1 unit.
Yeah, and Garen or maybe Aatrox, Nunu can all be potent additions to this team here. However, what he's really looking for is maybe instead of this Azol, a Fiddlesticks that guarantees him some CC. However, with all these swords coming in, this Jin is actually looking quite scary. And he's not that far off of having 2 fully itemized carries here.
Yep, ups into the
in a
Infinity.
really good position.
Ups into the Hand of Justice, not in the Infinity Edge, to give himself some regeneration.
Yeah, I mean, he has Lotus, so that
he has Lotus. You're right. My bad. Did not see that. And against that Fiora, she's simply not able to take the front line down quickly enough. Can she survive with that Ginzu with the Titans? It is doubtful. She's getting CC'd and taken out.
Yeah.
Babe is slowly and surely downscaling here.
Yeah, and we said, right, Fiora alone is not enough to win this lobby, and if you're looking at Babe's board, it certainly is Fiora all by herself. So he really has to find something sure to make sure that he can stay relevant in this lobby. Meanwhile, YCO is still clinging to life here.
Level
Streaking
7,
now.
not rolling down. Most crucially, he's still in a good mental position, right? He has the nerves to say, this is enough. I will not be donkey rolling for the 2-star Jin. I will go to level 8, and we will see if it pays off, because he's facing against Shining Star, who is not weak at all.
No. And funnily enough, Shining Star having stabilized here, it might be the end of Droy, as this Jin is certainly looking strong in this fight. However, the front line stays strong. The Pike is still alive. He jumps in the wrong direction, though. And that means that only the Vex and the Jin remain while the Pike enters stasis. Jin is still alive.
He stays alive, and with the Ascension to help him, he will... Pike with the overtime. He's gonna clutch it out, and I would not have called that at the Ascension. The overtime really comes in clutch for Wild CEO.
I have like no clue. This looked really weird. Like where the Pike targeted there. However, lucky win there for YCO and really rough loss for Shining Star. And we can see Nordby only hit the Jenna too. Also,
He's level 9.
Yeah. Jeroy as well, like he hit the Sona 3 just one fight ago. He sold half his board to be able to afford it. So the lobby is getting really strong now. And Babe, on the other hand, he managed to get another victory. However, this board and this tank vein is fighting an uphill battle against this scary Belvath.
Yeah, the Shojin Twisted Fate looks really unfortunate. Probably did not have much of a choice in the matter when he had to slam these final items. And can this Belvet rack up enough damage to go through that Fiora? It's looking like she's holding on for now, and that's gonna be enough to rend you. And that's that Nila giving so many tanks to that Fiora. She is holding on for now.
And Shining Star is going out in 8th, and YCO also took a loss, so he's looking close to follow. And with that, Nordbjorn seems to be the only hope left for these two players if they want to have any shot of like continuing to play for the title here.
Yeah, and well, his board is definitely looking strong enough to potentially take a first place in the end.
Oh yeah.
We will have to keep an eye out for them because that's the most important one. And then if both of them fall, then we will have to see if someone, who will end up being the winner of today. But Klimu on the edge of death with that Queen's Rageblade on Jin, definitely not what he wanted.
No, that's for certain. Also, he probably would have liked the Jin 2 by this point in the game. So
and the 2-star Jaeger.
And the 2-star Jaeger. Oh my god.
Nope.
So I guess his Vayne Nyla high roll is coming back to bite him later.
Yep.
And
definitely looks like it.
Now this is an elimination match, and it doesn't look that good for him.
Yep, manages to Shroud and Zephyr the Pike crucially, but I believe that he will be lacking in damage when it comes to taking down that 4 mascot, especially if you take a look at the Thieves' Gloves on that 3-star Malphite, because that one was lucky as hell.
Yeah, and Lucky Gloves coming in. And this One-Star Renegade carries don't have any chance at taking down these beefy frontline units.
Yep,
so
it's a little Babe finds the 2-star Twisted Fate. I'm sorry, my tongue slipped right there. And once again, the tank Vayne coming in with the Thieves' Glove. She did not go to the same school as that Malphite, that's for sure. Will he be able to stay alive?
Oh man, that's quite unlucky, right? She rolled like Gargoyle Sunfire just like 2 fights ago. So yeah, really rough here. He was lucky in that fight against Little Bit Pro because he really lacked the backline access and some healing reduction to take down this Fiora. However, Xuso is looking a bit better equipped to take down this Fiora with the Sunfire and the 6 Laser Corps here.
Yeah, and crucially, if you take a look at both his gold and his bench, you can see the direction he can take to win the entire lobby. But the Fiora is taking the Belvet apart without any issue. Xuso going down to 12 HP, while Yoroi taking Notchpion down as well to 12 HP, and that's the best we could have hoped for, honestly. It's gonna come down to a few rounds.
Yep. Meanwhile, YCO taken down by this Belvath. So yeah, it's gonna be on Notpion to prolong this game, as everyone else here is looking for a match point. And we have seen with Xuso as well, right? Last game, he waited until the very last moment to invest his gold just to win after that. So maybe we can repeat that. But Notpion right now is looking to play spoiler as he's holding all his units, 5 Warwicks as well.
Yes, and you mentioned the Jin admin earlier, right? Well, we have a slightly higher cost version in that Ezreal that has 2 combat start AD for admin, so he gets an extra 100% AD right as the combat starts.
Combined with this Jenna, that's actually enabling him to cast, right? In this rainy weather. And that's a huge problem for Ezreal, right? Getting to cast.
Yep, because when he does cast, he does a lot of damage, but it usually comes a little bit too late. Too much of his own board has died, but with the lasers and the Janna accelerating the damage from the board and the 2-star Mordekaiser as well, Notchpion is really looking to keep this tournament alive one more round.
And surely that is looking very promising for him. But right now, we can see if Babe can prevail here. A good Shroud coming in here. The Vi needs some time to scale up. The Fiora is kind of untouched, however, she wants to tank a bit. TF now fully equipped, looking to take down this Vi. still
Yeah.
standing strong. Belveth shipping away as well. However, the Fiora just proves too strong for her, it seems.
It's gonna
with
come
that-
down to a few units. The Belvet is incredibly stacked, but I believe the Twisted Fate will be able to take her down. And Zuso went down as well, so not beyond, crucially staying alive. And Little Bit Pro has managed to hit that 3-star Vi on level 8, which was, well, quite the gamble. But as we've been saying over and over again, they have to take these kinds of gambles in this game.
And we said it for Xuso, right? Is the Laser Corp approach enough to win the lobby? And he kind of was forced to play really greedily to enable him to go top 1, and he gets punished here, going down in 5th. So now nothing is left for him but to watch and observe and hope, right? As we can see the LeBlanc 3 here and the Sona 3 looking really scary, lifting up the Belveth as well with the Zephyr, and this could be enough to decide this fight.
Interestingly, the LeBlanc is played without Hacker, as I believe that there are too many bad matchups for her in this lobby, right? She has the Axiom Arc, and she's staying really safe in the backline with the Blitzcrank protecting her, and she just keeps on firing. Can she have enough DPS to take them down, though? It's looking like the answer will be no. Yeroy will lose that round, but he had the buffer, but Notre Pion went down, which means this is going to be the final fight here.
The Fiora taking down this upgraded legendary board, so maybe we were wrong. We underestimated this Fiora entirely, as this tank vein in the backline together with the TF.
Again and again, the tank vein taunting Babe, saying, will you be able to win despite me doing my best effort to take you out? And it's coming down between the French player, the Portuguese player, and as well as the player from the Netherlands. Yep. And Yeroy facing off against Babe. Can the Fiora take down this Immortal Blitzcrank? The Vein will surely help with the true damage, ignoring the Blitzcrank. And
the Zephyr whiffs completely, and TF is just free shooting here on the Blitzcrank. However, he's super tanky. Fiora is still untouched, and the LeBlanc is kind of stuck, so that's kind of too late for Yeroy. However, one more
Axiom Mark clutching it out for Yeroy, taking down Babe, while Little Bit Pro is also going down, and that's it. That's it. And Yeroy says thank you to Portuguese Babe for taking down the final opponent. And here we are. I talked about it. Yeroy coming into the 2 last spots yesterday does not let that deter him from taking the win with the 3-star LeBlanc and Sona. And I've got to say, oui, mon ami. France did it again.
Surely this can't be happening again, right? But it seems like at this point it's just destined for the French players to win, and CNED with the representative Jeroy. A decisive victory in the end, really nice composition. Kind of off screen, we couldn't really see it, but he's kind of sold half his board to hit this Sona and LeBlanc 3 at one point in the beginning of stage 5. So certainly he knew what to play for as his win conditions, and it came together in the end with the Axiom Mark as well, barely clutching it out against his really stacked Fiora lineup. So yeah, well played to Jeroy, and I think in the end a well-deserved victory as well.
Yeah, and with that, we have to mention the fact that he did not play the composition in the standard way. He opted to forego the hacker version and to instead play higher value units because, let's be real, he probably did not find a single pike in the entire game.
Most likely not, as Pike was sold out. He went on his own adventure and all the other bots. However, they were kind of contested, and if you have to play for this first place placement, right, it is kind of hard to do that if you have to spend so much gold rolling for your carry and 3-star units. And we could see the other guys just barely falling short of hitting very stable bots. So in the end, playing the uncontested line, Jeroy is getting rewarded, and that one is getting rewarded heavily as well.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier for the Lulu that the Axiom Arc was one of the ways to win the lobby, and Yeroy knows that it works as well for the LeBlanc, even when she does not have aim assist to, catch some stray kills here and there. If she has enough damage, and she showed it with the triple offensive itemization and the 3-star Sona with the admin emblem, she showed had the damage and got the time she needed to scale up and take down everyone in her way.
Yeah, very strong performance of her. And I don't know, do we have the final standings ready yet?
We should get them in a moment, and we will also try and get a hold of Roy to get his impressions just live from his victory and bringing another crown for set 8.5 for the French representative after the Super Bowl, I believe, the EMEA finals, and now we complete the Grand Slam, the Grand Slam as it's called, right? Only needing one more win to top the international domination of France over the TFT world. We'll have to see if that happens next week.
Yeah. So once again, very commanding play here by the French representatives. I mean, we also have to give shout-outs to SUE's representative, like Clemou, right? He did a good job as well, falling short a bit in the end there, kind of struggling to find his units there, and therefore being punished. But I also want to give a shout-out to like Suso as well, right? Because he was the runner-up for last year, and I believe if my math is correct, he is the runner-up for this year again.
He is, yes.
Certainly kind of a curse, right? Having to be satisfied with second place fame, money, and glory twice in a row. Certainly not the most rewarding feeling, I must imagine.
Probably a bittersweet feeling. Really, really bad for him going second once again, but also in its own way that shows how consistent, how unwavering he is. He did not manage to get the final win, but it was damn close up until the very last fight. So you gotta really give props to him for that.
Yep, and I believe Roy is ready in a second, so we might be able to switch to interview shortly.
We will be getting a few words from him, thankfully. That will give us a little bit of insight to how he's feeling, because that must have been a nail-biting conclusion. It was exciting for us, but it must have been really, really intense for the players. And we see the final standings with Northpion sadly not being able to have a strong showing today, as well as Shining Star falling with 2 top 8s today.
Yes, and you could see everyone was trying to play for the win. You can see it in the standings, right? The people are all in range, and everyone knew what they had to do, right? No room for error. And in the end, finding that more creative way proved as the recipe for success. And with that, he takes it in front of Xuso and Babe, who manages to find a respectable third place out of, I would say, a very consistent performance here in the finals, right? Going top 4, 5 games in a row. So, kudos to Babe as well.
The Dutch representative snatching up the 4th place to get some final prize money, and Clemou just falling short, but with a respectable 5th place, and while CEO not able to reproduce the success he had yesterday with a single top 4 finish.
Yeah, and I mean, he said yesterday in the winner interview for the day, right? It's not important who wins today, so Saturday, but it's important to win today. And today, Jeroy won, who I believe we now have an interview. So
yeah, we will. We are finalizing the setup for being able to see him, because he has his webcam on, so we should be able to not only hear him but also see the probable relief on his face after that victory. And I'm curious
one second now.
I'm curious to see if he had any particular plan, because that LeBlanc reroll that he just pulled out also worked once yesterday for him and for Clemou, and I believe they are the only ones that have played LeBlanc reroll, kind of like a secret French take right here. And it's true that that's something that we like to play. I also really like to play it. I know Padball has been making heavy use of it overall through the Hex League, and so maybe that's why, and that's the result of that knowledge we have accumulated there.
Yeah, and LeBlanc certainly being like a favorite in China as well, and not being very popular over here in Europe. And it can prove that knowing these off-meta compositions that you can just pivot into may be crucial at times, right? Allowing you just to find the correct pieces and taking a victory in a situation that looks kind of hard to win otherwise, right? Because we could see the board of Notbrian there. Like everything on that board says, I will prolong this final, right? But in the end, not quite enough.
Yeah, and I believe we are ready for interview, so we can now welcome Yeroy with us in just a in a single moment and get the live reactions. And hello, yep.
Hi.
Hi guys.
Hello, Yeroy. Congratulations, you won. GG. How are you feeling, man?
I'm so thrilled that I won that. This was for me the last tourney of this set, and it's a good way to finish it. And I could also take the victory with my favorite comp, so it's another good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So you mentioned that this is your favorite comp. Do you like to play it without the hacker then as well, or was this kind of improvised on the spot here?
There are spots where I like to play hacker, but this time there was so many pike out of the pool. I don't think I even saw one the entire game. But I'm used to play this without using hacker sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, and the experience really shone through right here. Very good adaptation, playing high cost units instead of the pike, because yeah, while CEO found out all the pikes early on with the two other pike hero augments, it must have been hard to find. How much of the this mastery over this LeBlanc comp would you attribute to seeing a lot of the French players also play it? For example, Clément played it yesterday, but we also have some other notable professional players in France that play it a lot. Do you think that impacted you a lot?
Yeah, sure. My game, I try to inspire my gameplay from Padball, since we kind of have the same game plan over the games. But this version of LeBlanc, I saw it a lot on BB streams. Like a month ago or 2 months ago, and a lot of people underestimate it when you have Blitzcrank carry augment.
Yeah. I remember at the start of the set, contesting rank 1 on ladder, Baby was griefing me quite a lot with that specific setup. So yeah, quite well that you picked that up. Do you have like any other inspirations beside like French League and then Baby? Do you watch like any other international streams as well?
About international streamers, I like to review some Chinese players, whoever they are. They are so strong. There is always things to take, and I review a lot of 60 seconds games, for example.
Yeah, understandable. He's right now viewed as one of the best players in the entire world for sure. And so yesterday you barely made it into the top 8, and today you take it all. Did you make some changes to your game plan between day 1 and day 2?
The truth is, yesterday after game 2, I was like so tilted, and I was about to mind blow, didn't want to play anymore, and then I chilled a bit and told myself, like I think I was last in points, and I was like, let's take fun now, and it worked, and
Yeah, really great.
Yeah. And one more thing, as this is the university series, right? And I believe you study communications. Is there anything you can apply that you learned from playing TFT on a high level to help you with your study? Because for me, I'm working in academia as well, right? I'm always looking to apply stuff interdisciplinary. So kind of curious to see if this works for you as well.
I don't have example. It surely helped myself while studying, but for now, I don't have examples. No.
Yeah, no concrete examples, but it's sure to at least hand out
To
some
grieve your grades.
not only grieve your, no, not that, but give some life lessons, you know, about having a strong mental, because you've played a lot of competitions against other French players, notably, and so you're not, it's not the first one you've played. And today the experience, well, yesterday when you decided that, you know, playing for fun was all right, and that allowed you to free yourself from this pressure. And today, did you feel that same pressure as you did yesterday?
After the two top ones I did yesterday, after I decided to chill a bit, I thought myself, if you, and it's always like I'm always thinking, if you can top one game, then you can top them all. Since you aren't your level is as good as the other players, even if there was great ones such as Xuso. And yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Leroy. Congratulations once more. You are now the best student of EMEA for the entire set, bringing it home for France. And we will be wishing you to enjoy your celebration for sure. And good luck for the next set as well.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, good
Bye.
luck.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
You know, and as I suspected, the influence from the other French league players has shown itself, and he does not balk at recognizing that he has learned from the more experienced players, and it's really great to see, because he's now taken it to a new level. Sorry.
Yeah, but I have to say, if he says like he learned a lot from Party Bowl, I didn't see all the 8 places coming in there, so well done adapting there and turning that around. And yeah, I think we could see as well, right? He said he was a bit tilted yesterday and kind of wanted to quit, but perseverance can be paid off here, right? Very nice comeback then from him to stabilize his mental as well, and then taking it home in the end.
Yeah, and in a game like TFT, where RNG can really ruin your day, having the mental stability to reset after a series of unfortunate events is one of the key skills that really differentiate the good players from the really great ones that will go on to have success again and again, consistently, tournament after tournament.
Yeah, certainly. And this way, maybe what made the difference then between some of the other players that may be complaining a bit about the sequence of events here, and then him taking it home. Certainly, we've seen some stuff with 2-1 hero augments and prismatics that can swing the favor quite a bit.
Yeah, it has to come to mind with the first game, the forecast hero augment in 3-2, completely upsetting the balance. And it has been really the theme of this set to really throw the tempo of the lobbies out of whack, and being able to adapt to each and every game that will have some very unpredictable reasons is going to be really the key to shine. And that's we've seen it here. He's adapted, he prevailed.
Yeah, and with that, he's shining the brightest, even more shiny than Shining Star. And with that, I would like to close it for today. I think we've seen a great finals, right? And before we leave, please remember to look at UE Masters on Twitter and Instagram, as well as University Esports Masters on Facebook, to make sure you don't miss the next edition or any of the other competitions going on in the other disciplines.
Yeah, and with that, we were Losher and Kenobi. We were thrilled to be your hosts for these 2 days, and with that, we wish you all a very nice end of the set, and we might just see you in set 9. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Look at me, I'm on. Yeah. Look at me, I'm on. Yeah. Look at me, look at me. Can't stop. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. don't get pressed, look at me. I've been on set since 17. I've been on set, on settling. I'm going numb, amphetamine. I don't do drugs, I'm not a fiend. Push to the edge, no boundary. About 2 or 3 in these leather jeans. Look at me, flex. Tat in my flesh. Never end, dead. Now I'm up, next. Here for those checks. Plenty flows, wet. Look at me, I'm on. Look at me, I'm next. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Tonight I come alive. You been a dud, you been a vibe. You been in hiding, you been inside. I'm like a farmer, I'm outside. Don't change locations, I'm on the grind. I do my dance, hammer time. 1, 2, 2 step. 1, 2, 2 checks. Long nights I was cold. I'm the one before the bag. Money come and see the flow. What I show is what I own. Freeze, photo, please, no photos. Different record, but it's relevant. Shoulder L's, I got shoulder wins. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. Touchdown and zone. Home run, Barry Bonds. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Look at me, I'm on. 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 Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Can't stop, keep going. Driving on the road like I'm the only one. Shooting to the green, I talk a hole in one. Bible on the dash, stay with the Holy One. I know I put in work, they didn't notice none. Switch gears, clubhouse, took me 6 years. Marble floors, gold trim, feel like I'm Richie Rich. Tying left, French sway, I mix the fist sick. Quick claws, take a risk, we play for the win. Might spend $1 million at the rug store like Manafort. But making purchases you can't afford. I move the money like it's illegal. Something more of rigor mortis. Where I move dead, people lay low. Took L's, know how those days go. Say so, he say, but nothing they know. Pesos, deals locked, it's like a case closed. Bankroll, different league, we don't use money phones. Trusting the artist, is staying steady for it. Pray up to the Lord, he knows I'm ready for it. All on the earnest, you know I'm heading towards. Eyes on the Rolex, it's like a Chevy Ford. Driving on the road like I'm the only one. Shooting to the green, I talk a hole in one. Bible on the dash, stay with the Holy One. I know I put in work, they didn't notice none. Switch gears, clubhouse, took me 6 years. Marble floors, gold trim, feel like I'm Richie Rich. Tying left, French sway, I mix the fist sick. Quick laws, take a risk, we play for the win. Chips all on the board, no I'm invested. Italian blazer, come double-breasted. Loafers in Florence, we paid for it. Through every battle I was tested, now I'm vetted. Talking top floors, luck sweet, see dreams are not yours, got mine. Going global, it's like a world tour. Kids straight, savings growing, this what we work for. Wifey great, love flowing, we don't need Cupid stupid. Nova bring the bass and watch them screw face. Spit to the pressure, give me toothaches. You play checkers, I chess them to see who moves fake. I want that Bruce Wayne money, no time for two-face. Old friends doubted me, I cut the loose ends. Real friends around me, the whole cruise in came from.